Good morning. Right, good morning, everybody. It's 10 o'clock. Okay, it's 10 o'clock and the inquiry is now open. My name is Siobhan Watson. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry into an appeal made by Hallam Land Limited under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 against the decision of Ashford Council to refuse outline planning permission for the construction of up to 140 new homes, formation of new accesses from Hamstreet Road, green infrastructure, including landscape planting, habitat creation and open space drainage infrastructure, including a new pumping station, pedestrian and cycle routes and associated works and infrastructure, with all matters reserved saved for access, at land at Cotton Hill, south of Hamstreet Road, Hamstreet. Can everybody ensure that all their phones are switched to silent, please? And can everybody hear me? Yeah, good. Okay. I've got a note here which explains the emergency evacuation procedure. I don't know whether members of the public have got that. Oh no, I don't have that. Sorry. Right, there's no scheduled fire alarm test today. So if you hear one, it's not a test. The fire exits are via the rear doors people entered through. Please proceed down the stairs, do not use the lift, and congregate on the civic park, the large grassed area outside the building. Okay, and the toilets are just out there. Right, so if we get on to appearances now, so if we start with the names of people who wish to speak, starting with the appellant, please.
Good morning, Ma'am. Can everybody hear me at the back there? I'm Mr. Hashi Mohammed of Council. I appear on behalf of the appellants. I'm assisted by Mr. Abedian at the end of the table, also of Council, on behalf of Hallam Land, the appellant. I have a list of appearances here. Would you rather I give that to you now instead of reading it all out in one go?
I think I've got them.
Oh, you've got them already?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great. So you've got Dr. Chris Mealy, who will be speaking on issues of heritage, Mr. Andrew Williams, who will be our witness on landscape and character issues, Mr. Ben Pycroft on housing land supply, and Mr. Owen Jones to my right on planning matters. And then you've got two proofs of evidence and materials of people who will not be speaking, but whose evidence will be taken as read, Mr. James Stacey and Mr. Alex Scarrett. There's one other person on this list that isn't listed, which is our drainage consultant, but I'll come back to that later because I think you had asked some questions about that. Yes. So we've made somebody available today to be able to answer any questions that you or the local community might have, but I can deal with that later.
Okay, yeah, that's great, thanks. I did read the response, which seemed quite clear to me from the drainage person. But yeah, it might be that the public might have they might raise something.
Absolutely.
So I don't think I will do unless somebody else, unless it gets more complicated.
That's absolutely fine, but we've made somebody available today to be able to deal with that. But it's good. It's a good indication that you were content with the response that came in on Friday.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, for the council, please.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry that my back is to you, but hopefully you can all hear me. My name's Emma Dring. I'm a barrister representing Ashford Borough Council in this inquiry. Madam, I've got a list of appearances, but it's basically at the end of my opening, so you'll get that in due course in writing. But just for everybody else's benefit, I'm going to be calling Mr. Withicombe to give evidence on landscape character and appearance matters. Ms. Connolly Moss, who's sitting just at the end of the table there, will be participating in the Heritage Roundtable. Ms. Marchant, who's sitting behind over there, is going to deal with housing land supply, and Mr. Musk, who sits next to me, will deal with the planning evidence. And also at the table is Ms. Parks, who is going to be participating in the Section 106 session, along with a Mr. Humphrey as well, but obviously that's for later on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so interested parties are scheduled to be heard this morning. Is there anybody else who'd like to be heard? Okay, right. So I'll go through each of you and take your names. So, right. So I'll start up. Yes, with the lady with the stripes. Aileen Hicks.
H-I-C-K-S, and I'm the ward member for Weald South, which covers most of the Hamstreet development.
Okay, right. I do write quite slowly, I'm afraid. Ward member for Weald South. So it's Councillor Aileen Hicks. Okay. Right, and so you're speaking for or against? Against, yeah. I don't like to make assumptions. Okay, and are you happy to take any questions from the appellant or me? Yes, okay. And you're okay to be here all morning then?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, and the lady next, yeah.
I'm Councillor Linda Harman.
Linda, and what your second name?
Harman, H-A-R-M-A-N.
H-R-M-A, yeah.
And I'm ward member for Saxon Shore, which includes Ruckinge.
How do you spell Shore? Is it S-H?
S-H-O-R-E.
Right, including
Which includes Ruckinge.
Ruckinge.
Which part of the application falls into. I'm also, for record, I'm the portfolio holder for planning, housing, delivery.
Right, okay. And are you speaking against?
I'm speaking against.
And are you willing to take any questions? Okay, who else do we have? The man with the blue shirt, please.
Neil David.
D-A-V-Y?
I,
Oh, yes, right, yes. And are you...
yes. I have a little bit.
Okay. For or against?
I am against.
And are you willing to take questions?
I prefer not.
No, okay. Okay, who else? There's a post there, so if there's anybody else, stand up because I can't see you if your hand's up. No, okay, so we have 3 people. Right, thank you. Okay, so just to let you know that if you do speak or give evidence or ask any questions during the inquiry, I'll take your name and it'll be listed in my decision unless you particularly ask it not to be. So I don't need to hear the same evidence twice, as it's not an effective use of inquiry time. So if somebody else has made the points that you'd like to make, you don't need to make them again. So the inquiry is being live streamed at the moment. Is anybody else wanting to record it or film it?
Madam, I just wonder whether this is the right place to raise the fact that Ruckinge Parish Council unfortunately had a change of clerk during the process that we've been through. They have written a letter that I hope that you will include as a registered speaker.
Oh, right, okay.
I have the letter here.
Are they here?
No.
Okay, so it's late evidence, so it shouldn't be this late. I appreciate they've had a change of clerk, but I've got to ensure fairness to the parties. So could you please give a copy of the letter to each party at some point? Yes, thanks. And then I'll just revert back to them and see if they've got any objections to me accepting it. But if they'd been here, they could have, just spoken.
Yeah, unfortunately the chair is at work, so can't.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thanks. So somebody from the council might just like to take that and distribute it, please. That'd be helpful. Thank you. Oh, I don't. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so nobody else is requesting to record or film? No, right, okay. Right, so case management conference. A case management conference was held by Inspector Patrick Hanna to discuss the procedure for the inquiry. I wasn't there. The merits of the appeal were not discussed, but I do have the notes which the parties both have. I've got a copy of the council's notification letter and a list of who the letters were sent to for the appeal. I've also got copies of the representations made in response to the appeal notification and the original planning application, so I will take those into account in reaching my decision. So just move on to drawings now. So I have a list of the proposed conditions, but I noted that there's normally a plans list in that. So I'm just querying, do you want a plans list? I've written out what I think are the plans that might go into it from what was submitted.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether I'm correct, so I need to check unless it's provided to
Yes. I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mr. Jones, to help you with that. But before I do, there was also another request that you had sent through your case officer in relation to specific plans for the character and appearance
plan.
landscape
Yes.
printed.
Yeah.
We weren't quite sure what they were, so we've printed a lot of materials that we don't want to burden you with that.
Yes.
So at some point we probably will also need some help on what the documents you wanted to have. But on the list of plans to be conditioned, Mr. Jones will be able to assist.
Yeah, okay. Can I just quickly go through them so perhaps you got a note of what I think they might be? Mr. Jones.
He's here, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Jones. I'm thinking, yeah, sorry, I'm really bad with names. Shall I just go? Yeah. Okay, so some of them are marked for information. So there's a public right-of-way improvements, but that's in a condition, I seem to recall. This one, it's a very long number, but it's two. I don't know whether you want me to read the number out, whether that will mean anything. Okay, right. Okay, so it's 22166 MA XX XX DR C 0113 PO2.
There is a further revision to that. We're at PO7,
Okay.
and that is included in the draft planning obligation.
Right.
There is a
okay.
schedule specific to the public rights of way improvements.
Yeah, right. Great. Okay. So I'm going to take 4 information off that then. It's not indicative, that is set. Right. Thanks. So the next one I have is general arrangement swept path analysis sheet 4.
In that series, the general arrangement series, this is the access onto Hamstreet Road. There are 4 sheets. Some of them are visibility displays, some of them are swept paths.
Yeah.
Sheet 1 is essentially the access works.
Yeah. Okay. And is that referred to, I just can't recall. I haven't looked at the section 106 yet, by the way, so I don't know what's in that.
There is a specific condition, 15,
Yeah.
which lists that drawing.
That drawing. Okay. I'm just thinking it might be a good idea to put it in right at the beginning with the conditions. Just list that.
We're relaxed about a list of approved drawings. There was the start of a list of approved drawings, but then they appeared later on.
Yeah.
In the conditions.
Okay.
They'll continue to need to appear later on because there are specific
Yeah, I appreciate that.
aspects to those conditions. But a list of approved drawings isn't an issue that we wouldn't take issue with it.
Okay. I just think it kind of sets it up for, but you know, again, it's not essential if they're listed later, but it's up to you. I just need to know which ones are the ones that would be approved. Okay. Okay, so the landscape strategy plan, PO5. Is that listed anywhere?
No, it isn't.
Right, and is that something the council would want? It was submitted as, I think, as part of the application.
That's an illustrative landscape strategy, as I understand.
Yes. Okay.
There are two, because there's a canal planting plan and then there's the main plan. So are you talking about the main plan, madam?
I think it's
Is
the
that-
main plan. I think. PO5.
Yes.
It might not matter when we
No,
come
I
to
mean-
conditions.
I think that would be, I mean, landscaping is obviously a reserved matter,
Yes.
so I think we've always understood those drawings are illustrative,
Yeah.
so wouldn't be for approval in a condition.
Okay, that's all right.
It's the off-site one, is it a condition? Yes, so I think there's a separate landscape strategy plan for canal planting, which is for approval, I understand, and I'm told is subject of a condition, although I don't have my screen, I don't have the
That-
condition immediately in front of me
Yep.
to see that.
Ms Dring is correct. There is a separate condition relating to off-site planting. I think it's the final condition.
Right, okay. I don't have that in front of me at the moment, but okay. And then the proposed parameters plan
For approval.
for approval. I'll just check that number then. 36701, 23106.
Correct.
Okay. And then proposed illustrative master plan.
Illustrative, not
Yeah.
for approval.
Oh, yeah, of course. But sometimes people want it approved just because that's, do you know what I mean? But I'll take that out then. Site location plan, I'm sure that's not disputed. Now, and I think this is mentioned in a condition, or the 106, the stepped access into the site. This says for information, but I think you put this into a condition.
There is a condition specifying that drawing, yes.
Yeah, and it ends PO3.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Condition 17.
Right, okay. Right, thanks. So I'll leave that there with the plans. Right, so documents, later evidence. So all documents and evidence should already have been provided, but if you want to submit any, are there any requests to submit any late evidence?
There is no request to submit late evidence as such, but there is a document that is relevant to the heritage issues that is not in front of you, and it is not disputed between the council and the appellants that it should be in front of you. And it relates to Ms. Connolly Moss's evidence, where she makes reference to comments being made about heritage impacts in an email chain that we had never seen. Once we saw the proofs of evidence, we asked to see those email exchanges. We were provided with those email exchanges, but it hasn't made it into the inquiry. I have provided hard copies to both my learned friend, Ms. Dring, and to the heritage witness today. So there is no dispute between us that you should see this, because it relates particularly to the genesis of the less than substantial harm grading.
Mm-hmm.
We are at the lower end, the council's at the moderate. You're going to be discussing that this afternoon. But we think that what the witness was saying in 2024 in these exchanges will be important for you to also have in front of you. So we've got a copy of that.
Okay.
So that's the only thing.
Right, okay, so I'm assuming you're all right with that, Ms. Dring?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I saw a couple of weeks ago. We provided it to the appellant, they requested it. There wasn't any further communication to say they wanted it to actually go into the core documents, but obviously we've seen it, we're aware of it, so I don't have any issue with you seeing it and it being formally part of the documentation for the appeal.
Okay, thanks. Do you want to give that to me now, and I can give it a reference?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so I'm going to call this A1. Okay, A1, appellant 1.
Could I suggest that we name it ID as an inquiry document, or would you prefer to keep it based on, just because it's been handed up to you as part of the inquiry, and so we could probably call it an ID one?
If you want to, I don't mind. I just have my little system with it starts David and the appellant.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to hear what Ms. String might think as well.
I mean, we've got an empty core document folder as well, which is post-submission documents. I'm not quite sure there's nothing in that, but I'm relaxed so long as we know what it is.
I just got to reference it at some point.
Yes,
I really don't
absolutely.
mind.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I think ID one probably would make more sense.
Okay, so if the council were to put something in, that would be ID 2.
Yes, exactly. And then we're going to be handing up the opening remarks to you in just a minute, for example. So that, and then we can just work as an ID reference.
Okay. All right, so is there anything else? No. All right.
I'm never accused of not speaking up, so I will try and be a bit louder. Thank you.
Madam, whilst we're just on the topic of additional documents, there were just some additions to the core documents list, which I think you've probably seen. I think that was yesterday. They were added onto the online, but they were agreed between the parties. So those should have been added already into the core documents. But I suppose technically, I mean, some of them are things like the draft conditions and the draft 106, which obviously you'd need to see. Others are and the SIL compliance statements and so on. But there's a couple of appeal decisions and some strategies and studies and things. I don't think any of it's contentious, but just while we're on the topic, just for completeness, really, to remind you that those are there.
Yeah, and the appellant is party to all of those.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, yes, thank you. I did get that email and I've uploaded them. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go on to planning conditions and obligations now. I've got a list of suggested conditions and I've also got a draft of proposed planning obligations. These will be the subject of a discussion later in the proceedings, but this is standard procedure and it does not indicate that I've made my mind up. Moving on to proofs of evidence and statements of common ground. I have received proofs of evidence from the main parties, witnesses, and from the appellant rebuttals on heritage and travel. For interested parties, all core documents are available on the council's website. It is the council's website, is it? I don't go into it through that. Right, okay. Right, so I shall follow the procedure in the 2000 inquiry procedure rules. This inquiry is scheduled to last, well, we've got a timetable for sort of 5 to 6 days. We'll see how it goes, but I have got time for it to last 8 days, but I'm not expecting it to last that long. So I'm planning to hear interested parties this morning, and then I will hear opening statement. Not then. I will also hear opening statements from the appellant and the council. Then I'll hear from the interested parties. And this afternoon, probably I will hold a round table session on heritage. So we'll break for lunch each day, and we'll probably need to have short breaks in the morning and the afternoon. And I will aim to finish about 5 o'clock. But for the breaks and the lunch, I'd be grateful if the advocates could assist me in finding suitable times, please. I'll keep the timetable under review each day, and we'll start at 9:30 on the following days. Right, moving on to the main issues. These were set out in the CMC note, but things have moved on. So at the moment, I see the main issues as whether the site is a suitable location for development, having regard to local and national policy for housing and accessibility, the effects of the proposal on the character and appearance of the site and surrounding area, including the setting of the Royal Military Canal Scheduled Monument, and well, I think this might have actually, I think we've moved on from this next one. It's the whether the proposal would make adequate provision for services and infrastructure. So I'm hoping that's all agreed. Yeah. But we'll also be discussing whether there are any other matters, well, basically housing land supply. That's another discussion. So I haven't put it as the main issue, but it's almost like that. Okay, that concludes my opening remarks. Are there any queries about procedure or other matters before we start?
Could I, just out of an abundance of caution, just go through a list of the bits that either have been sent to you or we just want to make sure is in front of you, and it's in no particular order. Number one, you will have received an updated housing land supply common ground that moves the position on in terms of the numbers. Did you receive that last week?
Yes.
Thank you. Second, there was a site visit route that was agreed between the parties to be able to assist. You've got that. The conditions and obligations were also sent last week.
Yes.
Did you get that? And then there was also a final list of core documents, including the SIL compliance statement that was just mentioned now. I think, did you get that last week as well?
I have got the SIL compliance
Or was it
statement.
yesterday? It was sent yesterday.
Yeah, and I've got the revised core documents that came yesterday, so I've downloaded those.
Great.
I've replaced them because I've downloaded.
Yeah.
I want to be relying on internet connection, but I've replaced that. I've got the latest
Great.
ones. Yeah.
That's really helpful. And then two more. One is just to help us with the. Maybe we can come back to this later because you are not going to need this probably until tomorrow. But the specific hard copies that you asked for.
Yes.
On the character and appearance and landscape issues, we've got those for you, and we've got copies for my learned friend as well, depending on what you ask for. And then finally, we had suggested an agenda for the Heritage Roundtable this afternoon, and the council had accepted it as an appropriate agenda. We were going to give it to you, but we thought you might have your own agenda, so we are in your hands on that.
Yeah, well, I did receive it. Thank you very much. I mean, obviously, the inquisitorial burden is on me.
Yes, of course.
So I've read the proofs and the rebuttal. Both parties agree that it's less than substantial harm. It's a matter of where it lies on the scale. So I basically understand what's been submitted, but I do have a few questions that I'd like to ask on a few topics. But the agenda really, it goes beyond what I need to ask, if you don't mind. But I'll give people a fair hearing. But I have got my own questions which I need to ask.
Absolutely fine. We were just trying to help you.
Yes.
But obviously, if you've read the information, the agenda doesn't make sense if we're going over stuff that you've read and understood.
Exactly.
So we're in your hands on that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other queries before we go to the openings? No.
Just one thing that the letter that was handed up by Steve Hewison, I think it is, the chairman of the parish council,
Yes.
Runkage. We're happy for you to see that. We don't have
Okay.
any objections for that to be put in.
Right. Thank you. Okay. If somebody could just give it to me, that'd be great. Thanks. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. So this is ID 2. Okay, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank
you.
I'm going to ask my learned colleague to hand up a copy of the opening remarks on behalf of the appellant. Thank you, Ma'am. I'm just conscious that people won't have a text, so please do shout if you can't hear me at the back there. I'll try and speak up as loud as I can. Introduction and context. This is the appellant's opening statement. This appeal relates to planning permission sought for an outline application for up to 140 new homes with associated access, landscaping and infrastructure, including habitat creation, open space drainage and pedestrian and cycle routes. All matters are reserved save for access. The proposals offer 40% affordable housing, 56 homes, and 5% self-build, custom-built, 7 plots. The previous iteration of these proposals were reduced from 170 new homes following feedback from the council. Although the council has raised a variety of subjective objections to the scheme, the bigger picture must be borne in mind. We are in the midst of a housing crisis. This is a council which is failing to meet its housing needs by a wide margin, with no short to medium-term plan-led solution on the horizon. To be fair to the council, nutrient neutrality requirements associated with the conservation status of the Stod Marsh Lakes have been a major constraint that has significantly delayed development proposals identified in the local plan. These are constraints which, importantly, do not apply to Hamstreet or the appeal site. Surprisingly, nothing is said in the council's evidence about borough-wide circumstances such as constraints, housing delivery, and meeting the housing requirement. This wider context ought to be at the forefront of the inspector's decision-making judgment, particularly when undertaking the planning balance. Policy SP2 of the local plan states that provision will be made for 16,872 additional homes over the period of 2011 to 2030. That's 888 homes per year. As at 1st of April 2024, the agreed current base date, the council had delivered only 8,570 homes over that period. That's 659 homes per year. As the appellant's evidence will show, there is a significant shortfall against the adopted housing requirement with no planned-led way out of it. The main parties agree that these shortfalls are expected to rise by the end of the plan period. Based on the standard method, the council needs to now deliver 979 dwellings per annum, and with a 5% buffer, they need to demonstrate a housing land supply of 5,140 homes by March 2029. That's 1,028 per annum. Yet the evidence of Mr. Pycroft will show under-delivery against that requirement is expected to be 2,470 homes. Even on the council's best case, there is a shortfall of some 1,783 homes against that requirement. Whichever way you look at it, there are serious numbers that demonstrate both past and continued failure. And there is no prospect that the minimum level of housing required in this area will be achieved by the end of the plan period. Which is why, as a starting point, we are agreed with the council that they cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Indeed, this council has not been able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply since at least 2021. This means that, as the council accepts, the tilted balance in paragraph 11D of the NPPF applies. It is against that background that we are now here at this inquiry. These are currently numbers, but sitting behind those numbers are people. People with real needs going unmet now. People who need and deserve a place to live and work and build their futures. This scheme recognizes that the pressing need, including the acute need for affordable housing, with almost half of the homes on offer here being affordable at 40%. This scheme's benefits, including the provision of much-needed housing, market, affordable, self- and custom-build, along with its other economic, social, and environmental benefits, are profound. The imperative to bring them forward in a local authority area with significant constraints on where new housing can be delivered is compelling. As the appellant will demonstrate during this inquiry, this background is important when it comes to balancing the limited and localized harm that would result from developing this edge of settlement location. I'll skip this bit on the timetable, ma'am, but just to say that obviously it might be quite ambitious to do it in the short term that we think, but we'll see how the timetable goes. On the conditions in the Section 106 agreement, ma'am, the appellant and the council are negotiating. I think we're close to agreeing both the conditions and the Section 106 subject to feedback at some point. The draft of the Section 106 paragraph 11 is now at an advanced stage. The appellant will continue to work with the council during the course of the inquiry to resolve any outstanding matters, and I know that council's solicitor is in the building today. Turning to your main issues, as you've identified them this morning, ma'am, they are also somewhat reflected in what I'm about to say. First, whether the site is a suitable location for development having regard to local and national policy for housing and accessibility. Second, the effect of the proposal on the character and appearance of the site and the surrounding area, including the setting of the Royal Military Canal Scheduled Monument. The effect of the proposals on the protected species and habitats. The effect of the proposal on climate change, and whether the proposal would make adequate provisions for services and infrastructure. But since that initial CMC, the parties have narrowed down the main issues considerably. It is common ground now that issues 3, 4 and 5 can be resolved, subject to conditions and a signed Section 106 agreement. The Council has confirmed that it will not be presenting evidence on these particular matters. So these submissions, these opening submissions, and the expectation of how the inquiry would be focused will therefore address only those issues which remain in dispute. But there is considerable common ground. Major developments, such as this one, are often hampered by technical constraints, but none of these are present here. The Council's objections are in substance, really, superficial and subjective in nature, and to that end, the following can be taken as agreed. First, the Council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, so the presumption in favour is engaged. The provision of 40% affordable housing accords with local policy, and the tenure in the mix will be dealt with in the Section 106 agreement. Hamstreet is a large village with a good range of local facilities, and it offers good opportunities for day-to-day needs to be catered for. All of the village facilities are within a 2-kilometre walking distance of the whole site. The Highway Authority, KCC, raises no objections to the proposals on the basis of accessibility or sustainability. The appeal site is not covered by any national or local landscape designations, and this should be considered as well in the wider Ashford Borough. There is common ground on heritage matters. The parties agree there are no designated heritage assets within the appeal site, and the site is not part of a Hamstreet's conservation area or its setting. There are no objections to the proposed schemes in terms of the impact on archaeology. The parties agree that the setting of one designated asset only is at issue, namely the Royal Military Canal, a scheduled monument. The disagreement over the actual impact on this asset, this valued asset, is the level of harm within less than substantial on the scale. The extent of the green infrastructure and the open space on offer are acceptable and exceed the Council's minimum standards. All of the residential units would comply with the prescribed accessibility standards, and these can be secured by either planning condition or obligation. Matters including internal space standards, private, external, open space, mix of dwelling types and sizes, parking standards can all be secured at the reserved matters stage. There are no concerns over the issue of flooding. The scheme is supported by an FRA and surface water drainage strategy, FRA flood risk assessment for those not keen on acronyms. Flood risk, water efficiency, water quality and sustainable drainage have all been deemed acceptable by the Council, statutory consultees and subject to agreed conditions. The scheme's impact on air quality is also accepted. The infrastructure provision can be secured by Section 106 agreement. Importantly, there are no outstanding objections from any statutory consultee. All other technical matters are agreed to be acceptable or addressed via conditions or via the planning obligations. While most appeals are dominated by the few remaining differences between the main parties, it is a testament to the pragmatic approach and swift changes, when appropriate, that have allowed for the scheme to look the way that it has before the inquiry. This should be given due weight. Crucially, we must keep this in mind, as the tendency can sometimes be to give undue attention to the harms of a proposal, instead of understanding the wider picture and all the benefits at stake. Instead, all planning decisions require planning balance exercise to be struck between the benefits and the harms. Turning to the main issues now. On the first issue, which will be primarily addressed by Mr. Jones, in relation to the specific criteria set out in policies SP1, SP2, HOU5 of the local plan. In short, Hamstreet is designated in the local plan as one of 3 rural service centres, with Ashford and to a lesser extent Turtondon intended to be a focus for development on account of the range of facilities and services it provides. The principle of new housing in Hamstreet is consistent with the local plan's spatial strategy, including policies SP1 and SP2. Although the appeal site is located outside but adjacent to the built-up area boundary and therefore technically open countryside, policy HOU5 positively permits development, appropriate housing development in such location. The Council alleges conflict with these policies on the basis that the distances between the appeal site and local services is such that future residents would be unable to access essential amenities and facilities within a reasonable walking distance and would instead, we're told, be reliant on the private car. To prop up this argument, the Council relies on a measure of walking distances to local services, the 800 metres, and public transport, 400 metres, which it accepts are only a guide. As Mr. Scarrett's evidence explains, those distances are not upper limits, and all of the facilities within the village are, as a matter of fact, well within the 2 kilometre threshold from all parts of the site, typically adopted as an acceptable distance in which walking trips can replace car journeys. The Council further cites apparent issues relating to the quality of the route from the appeal site along Fairfield Terrace as a basis for its objection, despite the route already being an established right-of-way and the Highway Authority considering the route to be safe for pedestrians to use as an access to the site. Mr. Scarrett and Mr. Jones's evidence demonstrate that the location of the scheme provides residents with a genuine choice of accessing a range of facilities within the village and beyond. They will not be wholly reliant on travel by private car. Notwithstanding the inherent sustainability of the existing transport network, the proposals will provide a number of interventions and enhancements to further support sustainable modes of travel. These will all be considered in more detail shortly, but it is worth noting at this stage that the Highway Authority has reviewed the scheme and has no objections to the proposals on the basis of accessibility and sustainability. This must necessarily be afforded due weight in considering whether the Council's concerns here about accessibility are well founded. The second main issue on the character and appearance, but also in particular the setting of the Royal Military Canal. On character and appearance, there is a large amount of agreement between the parties. We agree on matters of process, the methodology for the LVIA, the baseline, and the approach overall. We're also agreed that this is not a valued landscape for the purposes of paragraph 187A of the MPPF. The dispute really boils down to the effects on 2 particular landscape receptors, the Romney Marsh and the resource of the site, and 3 visual receptors, Hamstreet Road, Hamstreet Wood, and the Royal Military Canal. There is agreement that there will be adverse landscape and visual effects as a consequence of this development on the appeal site. There is, however, at first blush, disagreement as to the degree to which landscape mitigation will reduce these effects and provide associated benefits. But upon further examination during this inquiry, together with a comprehensive site visit that you will undertake, this will be revealed as really a distinction without a difference. It is, of course, inevitable, and this is quite important, that any proposal to build development on what is currently an open agricultural field will result in some negative effects to the character and appearance of the appeal site. The question is the extent to which any adverse effects could be said to be unacceptable. The Supreme Court has reminded us that where a local planning authority was in default of a 5-year housing land supply, such as the agreed position in Ashford Borough, applying environmental and amenity policies with full rigour would result in the objective of the framework to boost the supply of housing being frustrated. This approach is highly relevant in this case. Mr. Williams, overall, considers there would be major adverse landscape effects upon the scheme's completion to the site and its immediate context, but those effects would reduce to moderate adverse after 15 years. That level of effect is not uncommon and would be similar to other previously developed parts of the village. This understanding is missing from the council's case. Mr. Williams also identifies a major beneficial effect of the resource of the site through the replacement of turf arable use as public open space and green infrastructure. For visual effects, Mr. Williams considers there to be major adverse at completion, but due to the extent of the mitigation proposed, these will all reduce to moderate adverse or lower, with the exception of the views from the public right-of-way within the site. But at the end of this inquiry, we say, you will be able to reach the following conclusions: that the proposals are appropriate in their context, the scheme is well located to the centre of the village, and even rebalances, actually, the settlement which has recently grown to the west. It is a comparable height to the other parts of the village and sits within the settlement part of the local landscape. Any adverse impacts from the proposals are likely to be limited and no worse than moderate, and there is a robust landscape strategy in place to respond. The proposal's green infrastructure provision will have a significant impact on landscape enhancement and biodiversity, and provides a very significant public amenity, with almost 2/3 of the site retained as public open space, which is way beyond the provision currently existing in the village and by recent developments in the village as a whole. The appeal proposals have been carefully designed so that there is no built form on higher or eastern parts of the site, with the green corridors through the scheme reflecting the historic lost hedgerows and enable structured views out to the marshes. On the important issue of the heritage matter, the inspector will have the benefit of evidence from Dr. Chris Mealy. There is common ground document which speaks to the latest position. It is common ground that the only heritage asset which has the potential to be affected by the proposal is the Royal Military Canal Scheduled Monument. The parties also agree that whatever harm is identified to the setting of the asset, that harm would be less than substantial. The council has belatedly sought to claim that there is harm of a moderate within the scale of less than substantial, despite never articulating that judgment at all in either the officer's report or in the statement of case. Dr. Mealy's view is that the harm to the significance of the asset is very low and a very low end of the less than substantial scale. Surprisingly, notwithstanding this position on the harms, the council has not been prepared to agree, at the very least, that this harm on its own could be overcome by the benefits. This will need to be explored as part of the roundtable discussion and, of course, of the examination of Mr. Musk. As the appellant's evidence case will demonstrate, wherever the inspector's judgment lands, the benefits of this proposal would undoubtedly outweigh the harms as identified both by the appellant and the council. Put another way, it simply cannot amount to a strong reason to refuse planning permission. other considerations. Ma'am, in addition to the specific issues you have identified, there will be an array of other considerations to which significant weight ought to be attached. The first is on affordable housing. The appellant's evidence demonstrates just how acute the need is locally. It reflects the picture nationally. Since the start of the local plan period of 2011, it is shocking to think that the council has only added just 159 affordable homes per year. The accumulated shortfall that we're dealing with now is minus 2,346 affordable dwellings since the beginning of the 2014 Schma period. As Mr. Stacey's evidence demonstrates, the council's prevailing rate of affordable housing delivery at 24%, the delivery of 4,185 net affordable homes needed over the period of 5 years to address the backlog, is a tall order. But that is not all for the broader picture. Mr. Stacey's evidence sets out some disturbing evidence of the reality faced by those who are on the housing register right here in Ashford, of what is actually available to them. What the private rented sector looks like in Ashford and in this part of the country in particular, and the number of households with children forced into temporary accommodation or to whom the council owes the homelessness prevention duty. This all adds up to the stark local picture. These proposals at 40% before this inquiry seek to offer a significant and compelling contribution to assist this council's shortfall now. The council is just not meeting its local needs. A number of sites relied upon in the 5-year housing land supply will just not meet this need. There is a serious also affordability crisis here. The proposals offer a clear opportunity to counter this challenge. Hallam Land, the appellant in this matter, is a leading land promoter with a proven track record of housing delivery. They seek to explain to this inquiry how over the past 5 years, its average time from outline approval to a deliverable consent, i.e. approval of reserved matters, is 1.91 years, which compares favourably to the industry average of 2.5 years. In Kent alone, it has numerous examples of securing of deliverable consents in less than half of that time. While they operate nationally, they have strong local sites and local connections. This track record will hopefully give this inquiry confidence that housing on this site can be brought forward quickly and reliably. Ultimately, against that background, in granting consent to this scheme, the inspector will also be giving consent to 56 affordable dwellings on this site, 140 dwellings overall. In design terms, Andrew Williams will demonstrate how this proposal has been design and landscape led from the start, not least given the reduction in units. While the detail is for reserved matters, the illustrative master plan, the design and access statement, and the landscape strategy provide extensive information that describes the landscape and built character principles that would shape a subsequent detailed design. These reflect the depth of analysis and design thought that has been applied to ensure that proposed development is realized in a manner that is sympathetic to the local character and ultimately results in a place where people may wish to call home. Turning to the contributions from the interested parties here, these are, of course, quite important to the inquiry. We are highly conscious, and I've seen a few reactions already this morning, highly conscious of local strength of feeling around this site and what is perceived to be likely impact that it will have on the village of Hamstreet and the parishes of Alston and Runkage. We hope for a positive and enlightening process that will seek to respond to local concerns in the most positive way possible. This is very important to us, and in terms of specific concerns raised by the local community, we have sought to address them specifically in the relevant proofs of evidence. The inspector has asked about the local sewage infrastructure in response to the concerns raised by some of the local residents. The starting point, of course, is that there are no water quality or treatment concerns between the main parties. The scheme's proposed drainage strategy and water quality treatment measures are to the satisfaction of both the local lead flood authority and the internal drainage board. Southern Water has not objected to the appellant's earlier planning application in 2024, which sought permission for up to 170 new dwellings. Instead, it sought a condition to ensure that the approved dwellings were occupied in a manner that aligned with the delivery of sewage network reinforcement. That mechanism is now reflected in the draft Condition 20 for this scheme. The appellant established very early contact with Southern Water, who confirmed in December 2023, March 2024, May 2024, and more recently last week, that one, there is available capacity in Hamstreet wastewater treatment works to accommodate and treat flows from the appeal scheme, and two, there will need to be upgrades to the sewer network between the appeal site and the treatment works. Southern Water has also confirmed that it has planned improvement works to the wastewater treatment works itself, which are routine and would occur irrespective of this scheme coming forward. In other words, they're not designed nor required to accommodate these proposals. The relevant documents are all before this inquiry, but should the need arise, ma'am, the appellant is prepared to address the legal and policy framework that underpins these points. Any questions surrounding how Southern Water manages the operation of those works are subject to a separate regulatory process which falls outside of the town and country planning regime. Paragraph 201 of the framework is clear that the focus of planning decisions should be on whether a proposed development is an acceptable use of land rather than the control processes or emissions, where these are subject to separate pollution control regimes, and that planning decisions should assume that these regimes will operate effectively. Turning to the planning balance, the starting point, of course, is Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act, that a planning application will be determined in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And to this end, there is the exercise of assessing the harms against the benefits in order to reach a balanced conclusion. The housing benefits of this scheme will deliver are of paramount importance. The additional 140 homes, 40% affordable, 7 self-built plots will make an important contribution to housing, to meeting identified needs in a local planning authority with a persistent shortage in housing delivery. The fact that Hamstreet is outside of the area currently afflicted by nutrient neutrality requirements is also highly relevant, and the ability for this scheme to bring forward housing without those locational constraints should be given appropriate weight. On the unique features of these proposals, one of the unique features of these proposals relates to over 60% of the 14.39 hectare site being retained as open space, creating new habitats for nature.
Sorry, Mr. Mohammed, I can hear quite a lot of voices. Could you just keep not talk whilst people are speaking during the inquiry, please? It's very distracting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am. I'm sure people disagree, but I'm grateful for that intervention. One of the unique features of these proposals relates to over 60% of the 14.39 hectare site being retained as open space, creating new habitats or nature, which significantly exceeds even the council's highest standards. This large amount of open space enables the provision of a low density of development appropriate and mindful of the local context. Again, the council has done little to turn its mind to these considerations. There will be significant environmental benefits which would be delivered. These include delivery of homes in accordance with the future home standards that reduce water use to 110 litres per day, and renewable energy measures and landscaping to mitigate climate change. Further, the proposals seek to achieve a biodiversity net gain at 52% far in excess of the minimum required by the Re-Environment Act of 2021. One hopes that by the end of this inquiry some clarity will emerge, and in the meantime it would be useful to remind ourselves of the overwhelming benefits at stake which are currently being held up. The consistency with the spatial strategy of substantial weight, we should say, should be attached to that. The delivery of these homes should also be given substantial weight. The continuing of improving the council's supply position in the short term, substantial weight. The delivery of the affordable homes that we've been discussing in the acute need, substantial weight. The provision of 7 self and custom build plots, moderate weight. The environmental benefits that we've just been describing beyond national policy, publicly accessible green space, substantially above policy requirements, improved pedestrian link to incentivize healthy and active travel, and the delivery of home designed to mitigate climate change should all come forward given significant weight. The economic benefits and local community spend, moderate weight. These are benefits, and the benefits of these proposals, we say, are overwhelming. In the context of a tilted balance, there are no harms that significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of these proposals. Nor does the degree of harm to the significance of the heritage asset come anywhere near close to representing a strong reason for refusing planning permission, given the benefits and the local housing need context, even if, for the sake of argument, the inspector were to find, in line with the council, that the heritage impact was indeed moderate, less than substantial harm. This is plainly a proposal that should be granted consent, in the words of the NPPF, without delay, as the NPPF recommends for any proposal which accords with the development plan as a whole. But even if you were, Mark, to disagree and find conflict with the development plan, but when it's read as a whole, there are weighty and varied material considerations that mean a decision should be made other than in accordance with it, and permission, nevertheless, should be granted. What are the consequences of dismissing this appeal? What are the consequences of this scheme not coming forward? Well, they should be part of your consideration too. As we've explained already, and as the evidence will show, the site is highly unconstrained, it is sustainable. The local plan recognises Hamstreet can contribute to a sustainable pattern of development, which takes on added significance given that development in Ashford is generally heavily restricted. This site allows Hamstreet to meet a need that is there now and only growing into the future. There are no technical constraints, and the new local plan, we're told, that's supposed to be meeting this area's needs, is unlikely to materialise this decade. And insofar as it gives an understanding of the direction of travel, it supports this proposal. What we have here is a council, frankly, that is in denial about this need, which wishes to ignore the reality to suit its own narrative. What stands in the way here is a qualitative objections, landscape and walking distances, and poorly judged objections around heritage. There are no fundamental showstoppers. To not allow this scheme to proceed here is only to delay the inevitable. And in the meantime, it is highly likely that pressure will be placed on other more constrained areas in Ashford, further exacerbating the council's poor housing delivery. And given Ashford is currently blighted by requirements which constrain where and how new housing can be delivered, as I mentioned, nutrient neutrality, landscape, heritage constraints, the obvious question for this inquiry will be, if not here, then where? And in those circumstances, the focus should be on bringing development forward on sites where any adverse effects are or can be made acceptable. There is a genuinely compelling opportunity consistent with the spatial strategy that is at a premium. There is no scheme that causes no harm at all. And in conclusion, for all the aforementioned reasons and for the reasons to be heard at this inquiry, this is a proposal that should not have been refused consent. We commend our case to you, ma'am. We commend our case to this inquiry, and we invite you to allow the appeal. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Ing. Right. Mr. Ing is about to make the council's opening now, so if we could have quiet, that'd be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is the council's opening statement then, and by way of introduction, as we are aware, the appellant seeks permission to build up to 140 new homes, together with associated development on part of a large field to the east of the existing settlement of Hamstreet, which is currently in agricultural use. A public footpath runs across the site, from which commanding views are available down to the Royal Military Canal and out across the flat expanse of the Romney Marsh. The council refused planning permission in January 2025 for 7 reasons. Of these, the reason relating to protected species and habitats, which was reason 4, has been overcome through the provision of further information, and the reason relating to climate change, which was reason 6, will be dealt with by condition. Reason 7 related to the absence of a Section 106 agreement, but the parties have been working on a draft agreement, and it's anticipated this reason will also be resolved by the close of the inquiry. The remaining 4 reasons are maintained, and the council's objections to the proposal are focused on, first, the impact of the scheme on character and appearance, arising from its physical and visual intrusion into the open countryside and conflict with the prevailing form of development and rural character of the area. Those are reasons for refusals 1 and 3. The inadequate arrangements for pedestrian and cycle access resulting from the distance between the proposed new homes and local services and facilities, combined with the substandard access points, which is reason 2. And thirdly, the impact of the scheme on the significance of the Royal Military Canal, a scheduled monument, through development within its setting, which is reason for refusal 5. The scheme would undoubtedly deliver several benefits, but it conflicts with several important policies of the development plan and is not in accordance with the plan as a whole. So just by way of then summarising on the key issues, first, character and appearance, there are 2 strands to the council's case on this issue. First, the appeal site is physically and visually distinct from the rest of the settlement of Hamstreet, meaning that the proposed housing development would appear incongruous and out of character. It would appear as a suburban form of development in an essentially rural setting. Whilst there may appear to be some logic to the eastward extension of Hamstreet from a 2-dimensional plan perspective, that disappears once the proposal is translated onto the 3-dimensional landform. The contours are such that Hamstreet, including the most recent extensions to the settlement to the north and west, is surprisingly well contained within a valley formation. The settlement is well concealed in views from the sensitive open landscape of Romney Marsh to the south, where the site and the surrounding landscape of the old Romney shoreline retain a rural character. These are particular landform features that contribute to the character of the landscape, which the local plan seeks to protect through policy ENV3A. The appeal site, by contrast, is highly prominent in views. It can be widely seen from public rights-of-way along the Royal Military Canal and crossing the Romney Marsh from approximately 2 kilometres away. If built, the proposed development would not be seen in conjunction with the settlement. It would not appear to be a part of Hamstreet, and instead it would appear as an isolated suburban housing estate dropped into a rural landscape without any visual connection to the rest of the settlement. This is a direct result of the landform and cannot be changed or improved upon through design or landscaping. The site is simply an inappropriate location for an urban extension. The local topography also precludes the siting of the main site access, the vehicle access point, close to the existing settlement boundary. There is a substantial embankment along the southern side of Hamstreet Road, which rises up to 2 to 3 metres above the highway. And the levels are such that the main vehicle access has to be located some 350 metres beyond the existing settlement boundary, where the prevailing character of the road is clearly rural. The location of the access serves to reinforce the sense of detachment between the settlement and the appeal site. The landform also prevents level pedestrian access to Hamstreet Road, and the main pedestrian access is tucked away at the rear of a car park along a narrow access road between two properties on Fairfield Terrace. Again, the weakness of the connection between the site and the settlement is a permanent feature and a product of the location. The second strand of the council's case is that because of the prominent and exposed location of the appeal site, the scheme would give rise to significant long-term adverse landscape and visual effects. Development here is directly contrary to the guidelines for the Old Romney Shoreline Settlement's character area, which seeks to conserve the rural prominent backdrop to the Romney Marsh and the open rural character of the south-facing slopes. It's common ground that at completion there will be major adverse landscape effects on the site and its immediate context, and on the character of the Old Romney Shoreline Settlements area, and major moderate adverse effects to 11 of the 12 assessed visual receptors. The appellant proposes extensive landscaping, but the illustrative visual material demonstrates that despite this, the housing development would remain prominent and incongruous in the long term. It's common ground that even after 15 years, when the landscaping is mature, several landscape and visual receptors would continue to experience moderate adverse effects. The topography is such that the appellant is unable to illustrate a scheme which will blend in over time and become part of the settlement to reduce the landscape and visual harm down to minor or negligible levels, as should be expected with a well-located urban extension. The effects on the character and appearance of the area which result from the proposed development give rise to conflicts with local plan policies SP1, SP2, SP6, HOU5 and ENV3A. Turning to the issues of access and accessibility, the lack of physical connection between the appeal site and the settlement, despite their proximity, is further exemplified by the proposals for pedestrian and cycle access to the site. Both proposed accesses are distinctly suboptimal, particularly given the scale of the proposed development, and do not represent good placemaking. The gradients of Cotton Hill along the northern boundary of the site, which are responsible for the siting of vehicular access, also preclude a level pedestrian access. The appellant instead proposes a flight of stairs leading up to join Hamstreet Road. At that point, pedestrians would walk along a new footpath terminating approximately at the boundary between the residential properties Hillside and Angledons. Pedestrians would then have to cross over Hamstreet Road and then cross Carter's Wood before potentially recrossing Hamstreet Road if they're accessing facilities in the south of the settlement, for example, the GP surgery, the recreation ground. This is a convoluted route which is plainly not suitable for all users. The appellant also proposes a pedestrian and cycle access through the council-owned car park adjacent to the western boundary of the site, following the route of footpath AE575. At the site boundary, this route is currently narrow and overgrown and involves crossing a stile. Again, it illustrates the weak physical and visual connection between the site and the rest of Hamstreet. The route then proceeds through the car park and along the access road between two residential properties, which leads out into Fairfield Terrace. The appellant proposes to improve this route. However, the access road is narrow. It varies in width between 2.4 and 2.75 metres. And as a result, the proposed 2-metre wide pedestrian access route occupies most of its width. There is no possibility of providing a separated footway. This arrangement continues for almost 30 metres. There is the potential for conflicts to arise between vehicles and pedestrians in either direction, particularly given the angle of the vehicle access and the limited visibility from one end to the other. It's acknowledged that the local highway authority have signed a statement of common ground, agreeing that the footpath AE 575 route is deemed acceptable and safe. However, the senior development planner who signed the statement of common ground has also stated, "I do not consider this to be a high quality walking and cycling link into a development of this size." The council agrees. In Mr Musk's professional opinion, safety concerns also remain, particularly for those with mobility impairments and for children. The issues with the quality of the pedestrian accesses are also relevant to the question of whether the appeals scheme would be located within easy walking distance of basic day-to-day services and where it is possible to maximise the use of public transport, cycling and walking to access services. An 800-metre walking distance is a well-established recommended benchmark which is specifically referenced in the local plan. Some of the proposed development parcels will be well over 800 metres away from some of the key day-to-day services and facilities, including the train station and the nursery and primary school. In addition to the distances involved, these particular facilities also require an uphill walk, which is relatively steep in parts, further decreasing the attractiveness of a journey on foot. Whilst it's acknowledged that some people can and will be prepared to walk further than 800 metres, the quality of the route can have a significant impact. As already noted, the relevant authorities agree that the first part of this walking route will not be high quality. The appeal scheme suffers from inadequate pedestrian access arrangements and cannot be described as being within easy walking distance of day-to-day services. This will make reliance on the private car more likely, and as a result there are conflicts with local plan policies SP1, HOU5, TRA5 and TRA6. Turning then to the impact on the setting of the Royal Military Canal, it's a scheduled monument and therefore a designated heritage asset of the highest significance. It was originally designed to repel a possible land invasion by Napoleonic forces, although that threat had passed by the time it was completed in 1807. In addition to its historic interests associated with the Napoleonic Wars, the Royal Military Canal also possesses a second important layer of significance relating to its defensive use in the Second World War. Other remnants of this layer of history can be seen in the vicinity, including the Royal Observation Corps post close to the highest point of Cotton Hill and indented from the northern boundary of the appeal site. The appeal site is in a prominent position to the north of the Royal Military Canal within its setting. The Heritage Statement of Common Ground records that the setting contributes to the ability to appreciate and experience the historic and architectural significance of the canal. It further records that in the vicinity of the appeal site, the setting is largely unaltered, with minimal development on the adjacent fields, allowing an appreciation of the setting at the time the Royal Military Canal was constructed, and contributing an enhanced ability to understand the significance of the setting, the design and use of the canal. It's common ground that the proposed development in the setting of the Royal Military Canal would result in less than substantial harm, engaging the heritage balance in paragraph 215 of the framework. Mrs Connolly-Moss will explain that in her view, the appellant has underestimated the level of harm, which would be moderate. Key areas of disagreement include the extent to which views towards the canal from the footpath within the appeal site have any heritage value, and more broadly the relevance of open rising land to the north of the canal, and also the effect of the proposed tree planting to the north of the canal. The Council's position is that this moderate level of harm is not outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme, and that amounts to a strong reason for refusing planning permission in the terms of paragraph 11D1 of the framework, as well as resulting in conflicts with local plan policies SP1, SP2, HOU5 and ENV13. Moving on to the matter of housing land supply and the provision of new housing. The Council's most recent housing land supply update covers the period of the 1st of April 2024 to the 31st of March 2029. It sets out a housing land supply position of 4.39 years. Therefore, it is and has always been common ground that the Council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. The Council has recently dedicated significant resources to working on a new local plan and has recently gone out to consultation under Regulation 18. This has delayed the completion of a new housing land supply update. However, the relevant officers are now reviewing evidence and updating assumptions, and it's anticipated that a further update with an April 2025 base date will be published in November once it's been approved by members. As a result of this recent work, the council has considered new evidence for the sites within the housing land supply, which was not available at the base date of the current update. In some cases, the new evidence indicates that sites can no longer be considered deliverable. Although the council maintains that the sites were properly assessed as deliverable and included in the supply when the last housing land supply update was prepared, it does not now seek to include sites where the new evidence shows that this is not the case. The council's updated position in this appeal is that it can demonstrate a 3.27-year housing land supply. The appellant still maintains that the supply is even lower than this. On any view, there is an appreciable shortfall, and Mr Musk will reflect on the implications of this in his evidence. Plainly, the provision of new housing is one of the most important benefits of the appeal scheme. The appeal proposals will also deliver a policy compliant level of 40% affordable housing. The council does not dispute the thrust of the appellant's evidence on this issue. As with many other areas in the South East, housing in Ashford Borough is unaffordable for many people, and there is a pressing need for more affordable housing. Again, this is an important benefit of the appeal scheme, although it's noted that the appellant currently seeks a mechanism in the Section 106 agreement which could result in no affordable housing being delivered on site. So, turning to a conclusion for this opening statement. This appeal must be determined in accordance with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. There is a presumption in favour of the development plan. It is the statutory starting point. The council will demonstrate that the appeal proposal is not in accordance with the plan as a whole. Indeed, it's contrary to several key policies, including the key strategic policy which sets out the overall objectives of the plan, which is SP1, and the specific policy which determines when windfall developments will be acceptable, which is HOU5. Within its submitted evidence, the appellant is notably cagey about whether the scheme is in accordance with the plan as a whole, but in reality the conflicts are plain even on their own evidence, although I note the position set out in the opening statement. It is of course the case that the plan-led outcome can be outweighed by other material considerations, and the absence of a 5-year housing land supply and the consequent triggering of paragraph 11D of the framework is the most significant of these. As already indicated, the council's position is that the moderate level of less than substantial harm arising from development in the setting of the Royal Military Canal is not outweighed by the public benefits, and this constitutes a strong reason for refusal under paragraph 11D1. But if that's not accepted and the heritage balance is in favour of the scheme, then this is a case where the adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the MPPF. The scheme would deliver new housing in the context of a shortfall in supply and much needed affordable housing. It would deliver several other benefits, as one would expect from a modern housing development on a greenfield site. However, the conflicts with the local plan also manifest as conflicts with the corresponding paragraphs of the framework. Fundamentally, the site is an inappropriate location in which to extend Hamstreet due to its visual prominence and lack of physical or visual relationship to the settlement. Development will remain incongruous in the long term, with access arrangements which are inadequate and will do little to knit the site into the settlement. Even if the harm is outweighed, there will still be permanent harm to the setting of the Royal Military Canal. These adverse impacts are sufficient to tip the balance against the grant of permission, notwithstanding the tilt applied by paragraph 11D2. So those are the council's opening submissions. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. We could go on to the interested parties now, but I don't know whether anybody needs a comfort break.
I don't mind. I'm in your hands, but can we...
Do you want to move on to the interested parties, or I don't need a break, but if anybody else wants one, are you happy to move on? Yeah. Okay, right. So can I have Councillor Aileen Hicks, please? Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Aileen Hicks, Councillor Aileen Hicks, and I represent Weald South for the Borough Council. I'm here today to support the residents of Hamstreet in their objection to this development by Hallam. My chief objection is that the development destroys the Saxon shoreline, which is the old coastline. This is a national designated area, and it is in close proximity to the Royal Military Canal, which is a national monument. The area known as the Romney Marsh is known for its distinct landscape. Much of it was reclaimed from the sea. This attracts many tourists and it supports a good local rural economy. The Saxon shoreline provides a background to these unique marshes. This proposed development will destroy the attractiveness of the area. I'm sure that others will point you in the direction of relevant policies, and I want you to know that this is not an NIMBY objection. Hamstreet has already taken on development over the years, and more housing is planned opposite the school and to the north of the school and along the Whalehorn Road. Also, Ashford is working very hard on a new emerging local plan, and they have got a policy intention, which is policy intention 14, which has specific issues. And it says, in particular, the general impact on the local character and landscape features should be preserved, but more specifically, a particular focus on designated areas and their setting, such as no national landscapes. So I think that is quite relevant going forward, as you've already mentioned, that we might not have a local plan very soon. I endorse everything that our representative for the council has said. I think she's made all the relevant points. I consider that the Saxon shoreline should be protected as a national asset, and I hope you will agree with me and with the locals that the Romney Marsh area should remain intact and that this appeal should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just double check something? You mentioned policy intention 14 of the emerging local plan.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I got the right reference.
Yes, it was number 14.
Yeah, thank
They're all
you.
intentions at the moment.
Right, thanks.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I've
yes.
only handwritten it. I'm afraid I didn't type it out. Sorry.
I mean, if the council, I mean, you might not want it photocopied, but if the council's willing to photocopy it, would you be willing?
I can type it out later and forward it on to you if that would be easiest.
Yeah, can do. Is that all right? Yeah, but don't worry yourself about it. Yeah,
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hicks.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. As I said when speaking before, I am both ward member for Saxon Shore, which includes Ruckinge, and cabinet member for planning, housing, delivery and communication. In the planning committee discussion of the original application for this site, I'm very disappointed that this application continues to be pursued. I believe in the planning system, and part of my work as a councillor and ward member is to encourage local people to participate in it and to have a say in how their communities grow. The response of the community to this particular site is very clear. This site was one of several put forward in Hamstreet in last year's call for sites, and it should have been evaluated for planning merit alongside the others. The community should not be blindsided by speculative applications that seek to jump the local plan process to force a choice that should be theirs. However, we are where we are, and I very much hope that the sheer quantity of comments on this application received is noted, and that the planning system will not let the people of Hamstreet and Ruckinge down. I take issue with the comment in the applicant's opening statement that this council will not have a new local plan and to have addressed its housing delivery in the next decade. We are working hard on it, as stated by my colleague, and in fact this afternoon I shall be at a community consultation event. Although partly in my ward, this application abuts Hamstreet, a village that lies predominantly in a valley, as stated by our own council. Consideration of the landscape should therefore be a defining factor for development in Alreston Parish, and I look forward to the session that will examine this aspect. I hope that the location will be closely examined, as if you are minded to grant this appeal, Madam, it will be highly visible from several sensitive landmarks and some considerable distance. As is always the way, it will light up a currently dark hillside with house and street lights, not to mention the current fashion for garden lighting, all of which threaten our dark skies and native wildlife. It will unnecessarily change the landscape forever, when the planning process should allow us to select the most suitable sites. The last time I spoke about this application, I mentioned the roads, and although this is not listed as one of the key issues, I make no apologies for repeating it, as I have to comment again, as I noticed the transport assessment makes much of various policies, not least what the NPPF has to say. Having lived in Aldington for almost 20 years, I can vouch for how the traffic has changed over that period of time and despair at the lack of regard for people's concerns by our highways professionals. Where once village residents could walk along lanes despite there being no pavements or lights, we now think about it twice. There absolutely is more traffic as a consequence of development, and therefore where we put development is very important. But quantity of traffic is not the main issue. The main issue is that sat-navs mean rural roads are used as shortcuts by people who drive too fast, often in the middle of the lane, assuming only they are on it, and feel safe from any judgment because there are no speed cameras or police. With all due respect, counting cars does not evaluate the hazard presented by the driver, and the B2067 remains the same pothole-ridden lane as ever. What is an unacceptable impact on highway safety? How do we evaluate cumulative impacts to be severe? How can the applicant predict how future purchases will behave? Percentile speed assessments analyse a specific location without taking responsibility for what happens along a full journey. Growth should be proportionate to infrastructure, not driven by land availability. I would like also to comment on para 3.6 of the transport assessment, which gives information provided on modes of travel and quotes the 2011 census. I'd like to say that I do not think this should be regarded as accurate, being 14 years old. I find it unacceptable also, and our barrister has also already outlined, that the proposed access and revised proposal for a new footpath, as well as the use of the existing public right-of-way, are accessed by steps. This would not provide accessible access for wheelchair users, those with mobility issues, or parents with small children in pushchairs. With our ageing population, we should be designing in accessibility as a priority, as well as ensuring that families are encouraged to walk more, especially on new developments. So if you're minded to grant this appeal, ma'am, please, can you use the opportunity to bring significant improvements to the footpaths and the B2067 as conditions? Thank you.
I wasn't. You've already gotten up, so you've denied me the opportunity. That's okay. I was just going to say two things. I wasn't going to ask you any questions, but two things. One is, as a matter of clarification, when I didn't say in the next decade, I said this decade. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing was just, you mentioned at the end there about the inspector using the opportunity to make significant contributions to the footpaths and other aspects. In particular, you mentioned significant improvements to the footpaths and the B2067. Have you had a chance to look at the conditions that have been provided so far?
I have looked at the conditions and they still require a lot of discussion, and I am looking to the balance between whether this does or doesn't go ahead. Obviously, I fundamentally hope that it doesn't go ahead in this location, but we need to make sure that we mitigate as much as possible if the decision is that it should go ahead. And with regards to this decade, there is an LDS, we have a timeline, and it is well before the end of the decade.
Without prejudice to the councillor's position, I'm not saying that by engaging with the conditions you're moving away from your principal position, which is you don't want this to happen. I understand that. But can I invite you to take the opportunity to comment on those conditions and say anything that you think might better it in some way, shape or form, without prejudice to the fact that you don't want it to happen anyway?
No, I decline that opportunity. Thank you. I leave that to the planning professionals.
Oh, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. At least I offered and you've politely declined. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Davies, please. Whenever you're ready. Yeah, you press the button and then you can just press it off when you've finished. Thanks.
Okay, firstly, many thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. As I'm sure you're aware, from the sheer weight of objections levelled against this application, the community of Hamstreet and the surrounding villages are deeply concerned by this proposal, especially given its extremely prominent location in the landscape and the impact it will have upon the sense of community, the setting, and the character of Hamstreet and the surrounding area. This is especially true given that Hamstreet has already seen substantial growth in recent years. The impacts of this proposal are numerous, and I've chosen to concentrate on a couple of key areas where I'd like to highlight the impact it's going to have on the local community. Firstly, it was interesting to hear from Southern Water that there's excess capacity at the sewage treatment plant, as I don't think that's borne out by the experience of people in Hamstreet. The situation has become so bad that it's having an effect upon the quality of life for those living along the Sperrin Brook sewer, down which the treatment plant overflows. The overflows, which are now running for hundreds of hours per year, are causing untreated sewage to back up in people's gardens, and I've heard stories of sewage being forced up through manholes and the toilets in people's houses being rendered unusable. And this is all despite constant sewage trucks, sometimes up to a dozen a day, navigating the tight access road to the treatment plant to take away excess sewage in an attempt to keep up. One shudders to think what might happen if more houses are connected to the system. Furthermore, this untreated sewage is finding its way into the wider environment via the canal. The untreated sewage is disseminated across the marsh via the drainage sewer network, where my wife, who farms fields to the south of the canal, has seen a substantial increase in algal blooms in ditches over the past couple of years as a result. And this is without mentioning that the canal being a designated local wildlife site, or that sewage passes through the nearby Ramsar, or that outfall from Hamstreet has been implicated in poor sea bathing water quality at St Mary's Bay. Southern Water have stated that upgrades would take place within 24 months of planning approval. However, given what residents already are suffering, this would not be fast enough. If a development as substantial as Cotton Hill is approved, it is imperative that upgrades to the sewage works are completed prior to commencement of any works on site. If this does not happen, I'm worried that direct and substantial harm will occur to the wider environment, and I suspect the situation will become more intolerable for those Hamstreet residents directly affected by the overflows. Secondly, I'd like to add to what Councillor Harmon has said about highways. And again, although the traffic impact assessment submitted by Hallam has determined that a local road network can take the additional traffic, this is not borne out by the experience of those living in Hamstreet. Since the addition of the Nightingales and Pippins developments, there have been traffic jams at peak times as the road network comes under increasing strain. Only just recently, we've had a multi-car pile-up at Johnson's Corner, where the majority of traffic from Cotton Hill development will be expected to join the A2070. An incident in the centre of the village where a lorry hit a building due to navigating parked cars in a tight street, and a child who was luckily uninjured after being clipped by a car outside the school. Due to the unsustainable location of Cotton Hill outside the village confines, which will compel residents to use their cars, incidents such as these are likely to increase, along with the general decline in quality of life for residents who will have to endure ever-increasing levels of traffic, noise and pollution, as well as increased danger for those younger members of the community. Furthermore, given Cotton Hill's satellite location outside the village, many of those trying to commute from the development will head away from Hamstreet, where they'll be using the narrow, poorly maintained and often single-track roads out towards Ruckinge and Bilsington and down onto the marsh. These roads will not bear this usage, and being used as a rat run will result in dangerous incidents, particularly given their regular use by agricultural traffic. And this is, of course, without considering the utter chaos that would be wrought by construction traffic trying to access the site by coming either directly through the village or down these inappropriate country lanes. Lastly, I would like to make a comment regarding the 5-year housing land supply. Slow build-out rates and nutrient neutrality, which has suppressed the 5-year housing land supply calculation, allowing developers to override the local community, the local authority and the local plan by instigating the tilted balance under the NPPF, has placed a huge amount of strain on rural communities. It feels to these communities that developers are exploiting these opportunities to open up vulnerable sites like Cotton Hill, substantially undermining faith in the planning process and fostering resentment towards house building. Between housing and developments like agri-solar and battery storage, rural communities such as Hamstreet are feeling under attack. Allowing a site like Cotton Hill to be developed because of nutrient neutrality will be a response to a temporary situation that will irrevocably change and damage Hamstreet and its context forever. In assessing this proposal in Cotton Hill in the context of the tilted balance, I hope the planning inspector finds that the harm brought by the application substantially outweighs the benefit, not least because of its impact upon the community, but also by considering numerous factors affecting this application, such as the impact upon the Saxon Shore and the Bromley Marsh character area, the Royal Military Canal as a local wildlife site and a scheduled monument, its location outside the village confines and its unsustainable distance from many local amenities. The proposal is inevitably generic and suburban appearance, the impact upon the Triple SI, the Ramsar, the loss of agricultural land, the disproportionate overdevelopment, the light pollution, the sound pollution, the highways, the sewage, etc., etc. And of course that there are other sites in Hamstreet that are less visually impactful and more sustainably located that are also being properly considered in the local plan process, rendering this proposal unnecessary. In summary, this proposal will harm the quality of life of the residents of Hamstreet and the surrounding villages, and will have serious, long-lasting consequences for the wider landscape, where it will be visible for miles as an eyesore across the marsh. Therefore, I humbly request Ashford Borough Council's decision to refuse this application is upheld and the appeal dismissed. Thank you.
Just,
I've got.
Sorry, Mr. Davis, just not yet.
Right. Can you just sit down just for a second, please?
I'm a lead person in this process.
Yes, I appreciate that. Don't worry. I think you said that you didn't want to take any questions from the appellant.
I prefer not to.
Did you wanted to? But
I do have one question. I won't make the process any more uncomfortable for Mr. Davis. Just rest assured, I've just got one question, if that's all right with you.
Okay, so is that right if he asks the question? You don't need to answer it if you don't want to.
Okay.
Technically, to be fair to the process, if you do speak, you should be prepared to answer questions, but I won't quibble with that. Just one thing, Mr. Davis, I'm just trying to understand. You've spoken on wastewater, on the highways issue, the 5-year housing land supply, a bit of landscape, and a bit of the heritage issue, broadly. Have you read any of the evidence that's been submitted as part of this inquiry?
There's an enormous amount of it.
Hang on.
Sorry,
Pause there for a second. Pause it. Just pause there for a second. This isn't a public meeting, and we don't need the kind of commentary that we're getting from the public gallery. This is a formal inquiry. I know that you might find that funny, but it isn't.
Right,
sorry, Mr. Davis. Do you want to put your mic on as well?
Can I just, Ms. Mohammed, I just want to speak to the
Yes.
public. So there's quite a lot of reaction here, and I do understand that this is a big thing for local communities, but this is a very formal event and it's disruptive. So can you please not react in these ways? If if it continues, then I will have to ask people to leave the room. So just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Do you want turn on the microphone? Turn. I'm not going to cross-examine you. No, I turn on the microphone. You can't.
Am I allowed to?
Sorry, Mr. Mohammed, if he doesn't want to participate, that's perfectly within his right.
Okay, well, I'm going to then
Thank you very
invite you.
much.
I'm going to invite you to ignore everything that he has said to you this morning.
Thank you very much. I'll just wait for the people to leave. Sorry, could you come to the front, please, and give me your name? Okay, so can you? I'll be able to hear you better then if you come here, and I'll just. So it's Mr. Roger. W-I-H-E-Y. Yeah. H. Yeah.
I just want to make the point that Ashford Borough Council received from the residents of Hamstreet and Ruckinge 1,200 objections, 1,200 objections on 2 small villages. Everybody locally is against it. That's why you're getting all this noise.
I do have, I have got the number of objections.
No,
Thank you. Yeah.
There is a huge debate going on in Hamstreet and Ruckinge against this proposal.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
That's all
yeah.
I wanted to say, because I think Linda just said there's a bit of an objection. Well, there's a huge objection.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I don't mind being cross-examined on that.
I'm quite aware of it, but and I appreciate that, but I just can't have the inquiry disrupted constantly.
Made strongly enough.
Thank you. Thanks. Right, okay, moving on now. It's 11:45, so it's kind of, I don't know, it's a bit early for lunch, but then it's quite a good point to break, so.
Your hands, maybe an early lunch would we start the heritage issue, because otherwise we'd start it and then break it. So I'm entirely in your hands. Can I just apologise for mispronouncing, is it Ruckinge earlier on, so just to apologise to the locals. But yeah, no, I'm entirely in your hands. We could come back and start the heritage issue.
Yeah, so Mr. Mealy.
Mr. Mealy's
here.
hiding in the back somewhere. So he's here and he's ready. So
Okay, that's good.
Dr. Mealy.
Apologies, Dr. Mealy. Right. So in terms of lunch, I don't know this area at all, so I need to decide how long to have for lunch. I need to know how long it's going to take me to get a sandwich.
There isn't a great deal locally. In fact, the last inquiry we did here, we had to walk to the train station, and the cost of sandwiches at the train station. There is a petrol filling station on the other side of the railway station.
Yeah, there's also, if you head out of the building through the entrance doors that you came in this morning, across the car park, there's a blue bridge. And if you walk across the blue bridge and turn left, about a 5-minute walk, there's a Tesco, one of the small Tesco's that you get on a local centre, which has a good range of sandwiches and other sort of salads and fruit and drinks and other things as well. So that's within a 5 or so minutes walk.
So go across the car park, and then there's some like grassed area.
That's right. Across the grassed area, there's a blue pedestrian bridge across the River Store. If you cross over there, then there's a pedestrian path that runs alongside the river, and then you just need to cross the road. There's a traffic island that allows you to do the crossing.
All right,
across
so
into the
go
small
left or
centre.
right once across the bridge? Just straight
Left.
ahead.
Left.
Right. Okay, thanks.
There's a leisure centre.
It's quite limited, the sports centre. I've had various meetings and so forth there.
Shall we say an hour for lunch? Not chat, please, whilst this is going on. Thanks.
Should we just have a quick indication? I mean, we probably, if we take an hour, I'm just conscious of the fact that my learner friend hasn't spoken to her landscape witness today. I'm just conscious that we just need to make a decision as to whether or not we're not going to go into the landscape evidence today. Just conscious of if we might finish earlier than planned this afternoon, what we would do with that extra time. But I'm entirely in your hands. We'll be back, say, 1 o'clock. I can't imagine the heritage matter taking us more than an hour and a half. No. In which case we're at 2:30 and we've still got a bit of the day to go we wouldn't want to waste. So.
Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock, so we'll resume now. Just before we get going with the heritage discussion, I've noticed here I've got some notes on my desk, but I think that's from Councillor Hicks, what she said this morning. Yes. Right, everybody's got that. Okay, thank you.
And the other statement from Mr. Davis, we've had a look at that. We're happy for you to have that.
Okay, thanks.
My learned friend is going to hand that up to you now.
Thank you. So we'll give that. That's that. You've got ID 6 for this.
ID 6 and ID 7.
Thank you. And did you have a discussion?
Yes, we did, and my learned friend and her expert are content to continue with the examination in chief of their landscape witness today.
Okay, right.
Yeah, that's fine. I might ask for a quick 5 minutes, but I'm sure we'll probably want to rearrange everything anyway once we get to that point. But yeah, happy.
Okay, all right. Okay, is there anything else?
There was one of the members of the public earlier was also asking about the timings of the site visit, and I said we will update them either later today or tomorrow at some point to give them an indication of when that would be, but that was the only other thing.
Oh, right, yes, so I'm hoping to do it on Thursday afternoon. I've hired a car anyway, hopefully, so that I'm hoping it's going to be then, because I've come by public transport, so anyway, we'll work our way around it if it doesn't happen. Okay, so we'll have the Heritage Roundtable discussion now. It's kind of quite a wide room for a roundtable discussion, but anyway, let's see how we go.
Whilst the rearrangement is taking place, you will have seen our proof of evidence and Dr. Mealy's rebuttal you mentioned earlier, so you have that, and obviously you also have the statement of common ground that we've agreed. I think those are the three principal documents from our side that are going to be important for the discussion.
Right, okay. In fact, let me just open the statement of common ground. I've got all the others open, but I forgot to open that one, so just bear with me a second. Okay. Right. Right, you're both close to me. So I have read all the documents that have been submitted, and I've got a good understanding of all of that. And I appreciate that, you know, there is a bit between the two of you, but you both accept that there's some less than substantial harm. Council says it's moderate, and you say it's the sort of very low end of the scale. So if I've got such a tiny screen, but I've just got some questions. So I will be flicking through documents, and I'm not really great at that. So if you just bear with me. And what I've done is, as I was going through the evidence, I just made a note of some questions as I went through. So I'm just hoping that you can both help me with those a little bit. So I haven't got loads, so hopefully it's not too difficult. Right, just find my pen. The first one I've got is about, there was a dispute about a view from the public right of way, and I think the council are saying that the view of the canal would be blocked by the new houses, and the appellant disagrees with that. So if I go to the council first, and if you can explain that, please, thanks.
Yeah, so having a look at some of the plans that they've provided of the development proposals, including the landscape, which is quite helpful to know where trees and things are going to be, in addition to the other footpaths and green spaces. It seemed clear that there would be some restricted views from the fact that the footpath sat above and between some of the houses. And it was noted in their heritage assessment as well, that the historic environment desk space assessment that there would be some restricted views and limited views, and that some areas that obviously they would try and retain some of those longer views. I think there was a very good document, which I don't have directly in front of me right now, that showed the kind of landscape proposals and the view proposals with large arrows indicating where there might be some views from the public right-of-way down to the canal, but that kind of indicates that there would be a restriction. Currently, obviously, it's a completely open field, and depending on the topology of where you are stood on that public right-of-way, there is quite a substantial amount of that field's path that you can see the canal below you.
Okay. So, Dr. Neely.
Thank you, Madam. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, this is a significant point of disagreement between the experts on this matter. I agree that from the public right-of-way, views to the south would be curtailed by the new housing development. I think where we disagree is that I don't attribute any heritage value to those views of the canal. And you will have seen it, I think, Madam, I don't need to read it out to you, but early in my report at paragraph 2.21, I explain that having stood in that location on the highest part of the site, on the PROW, I did not see any of the features of the Royal Military Canal that communicated its significance. And in fact, the only thing I could make out was a horizontal line, and I can't define exactly what that was, particularly. It could be vegetation or a line of vegetation. It appeared to me to be a hedge. And I didn't think that that was a view that communicated any of the significance to the viewer. I also found that when standing there, with some knowledge, as I explained in my evidence, I could say, well, that's the line of it. But all of the salient features that contribute to the monument, the cross-section design that I reproduced in my evidence in section 4, and an appreciation of the water and the different functional elements, I didn't think were apparent from that view. So I didn't attribute any value to that view. I think with reference to what has just been said, I think the plan that's been referred to is the landscape plan, which is CD 1.13.
Okay, I'll just get that up.
Yes, ma'am.
See, wrong one. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one.
It's reproducing figure 4 of my proof of evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
I think it's the same. I think it's the same plan, isn't it?
Yes, it's the landscape strategy diagram.
Right, I've got the actual the landscape strategy plan in front of me.
And I think the view that was referred to, that the plan is seeking to maintain, is the one shown with the sort of light purple arrow in dotted lines to the right of that, which is identified as 3 in the diagram.
Yeah.
Now, I agree, insofar as I understand the landscape evidence, I'm not going to trespass on that, although there's an overlap here. I agree that the landscape master plan takes the form it does at that point, certainly, to respect those open views from the PROW, which are identified as being of value in the landscape character area LCA 19, which is basically the Saxon Shoreline LCA. But I haven't seen anything in the DAS or the LVIA to indicate that that view was left open to create a view of the canal. I think the openness that's proposed there, and others will speak to this, but I think the openness, as I understand it, that's proposed there is for a different reason. The last point I'll make, Madam, is in relation to the landscape character area within which the site sits. And again, you'll hear this, I think, is appropriate to raise because there will be some landscape evidence, but I just draw your attention to the Ashford Borough Council Landscape Character Assessment, which is CD 7.5. And within the section that deals with this LCA, there are references. I get my notes out, sorry. There are references in that document, LCA 19, which is, as you know, having read the evidence, an objective or management objective is conserve open views to the south. But I looked very carefully at the document, the part of the document that deals with that character area, and whilst it mentions the RMC as a landscape feature, which it is, it doesn't identify any views of it. And the final point I'll make is, and again, we may not need to go there, but the LVIA itself, which I was reviewing, which I believe for your reference is CD 1.12, refers at 4.81 to viewpoint 6, which is the viewpoint we're discussing. And it says, the field, I'm paraphrasing, but basically the field slopes down to a hedgerow that follows the route of the RMC, forming a horizontal line across the view. And I agree very much. That's the way I perceived it. It's no more than a horizontal line, and it's not clear what you're looking at or what feature of the RMC you're looking at that point. And all of that, as I said, but my evidence is that this isn't, as it were, a heritage view.
Okay, so Dr. Millet, are you saying, sort of, to summarise, that from the public rights of way, what you say, are you saying that what you can see is a line of vegetation, but you can't see the water?
Correct.
That's the basis of what
yes,
you're saying.
Or any of the engineered features that are defining elements. By that I mean the parapet and the bank, the field drains, or the, I call them kinks or angles that occur at regular intervals of about 450 meters, which were for the position of cannon. So none of those characteristics that go to the heart of the design and defensive purpose are visible in that view, and one would be unaware otherwise of it from that view.
So what's the term you use as a...
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Feature of what?
Yeah, well, Madam, could I take you to a page of my evidence which might just clarify the terms? And it's in section 4. I don't have the digital page reference, I'm sorry, but it's in section 4 of my evidence.
Is this your proof of evidence?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you a moment to get there.
Oh. Section 4.
Yeah, oh, sorry, the core document reference, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I think you had it, yeah. To assist everyone, it's CD 11.4.
Right, I've got section 4.
And it's the very first landscape. It's an A3. It's A3 in paper, but page 14. And you see there is figure 4.2, which is a horizontal image in the lower part of that page, which I've reproduced from a historical publication. I think this is the clearest representation I've seen to explain the design features and military purpose of the canal. And the features I was referring to is basically the canal was constructed in the normal way of a canal, and that produced spoil, which was pitched up from the ditch to the green feature there called a parapet. It's also referred to in literature as a banquette in parapet, and I don't know the origin of that word, but you see the parapet served a defensive purpose. To the north of that, you see there was a military road, which nowadays is just a flat area. If it was surfaced once, it doesn't survive in the areas I saw. And then there was a towpath, because the canal was partly conceived of for commercial purposes as well as military. And there's a front and a back drain. So those are, I think, the important constituent parts of the canal, in addition to its length and this kind of zigzag it takes every 450 meters.
Right.
And I couldn't see any of that from that location.
So you're saying that you basically can't see the canal, you can just see the vegetation?
Correct.
Right, okay. So, Mrs. Connolly-Moss, what would you say you can see?
Yeah, I think that's. I think we perhaps disagree on the value of this view that you can get from the public right of way. Whilst it can't show you precisely where the elements highlighted in figure 4.2 are, it can show you the scale and breadth of the canal, which is particularly important to be able to appreciate. And having that elevated view is something that you can't necessarily know how long it is from when you're on the public right-of-way adjacent to the canal, just by the very nature of the way that it has the kinks. It doesn't follow one direct route. You can't just look straight up the entire length of the canal. But from the elevation that you get from Cotton Hill, you're able to see its breadth, but you're also able to appreciate its location, the way that it sits at the very precipice of the marsh before it becomes the hills, and the edge of where the Saxon shore was. And I think it's important to note that Historic England, when discussing the importance of setting and talking about views, across is an important view too, as well as from what you experience perhaps adjacent to a heritage asset, and particularly a heritage asset of this scale and this capacity. Finally, I'd just like to note that whilst the physical properties and the construction of the canal with the back drain and the paths and things are important, they are also not necessarily known to users of that public right-of-way adjacent to the canal either. So whilst you may not, whilst you're walking along the canal, you might not be able to appreciate that all those assets exist. You might just think, well, this is a stream, for example. A lot of the parapet, for example, the military road no longer exists. So a presumption of what is there is important to understanding the significance, but it's not the only thing that one would be able to appreciate when experiencing the canal. And I think seeing it from above, even though you can't see the water, you can see where it is very clearly. It's clearly demarcated, and you can see the kink, which is quite well set out and geologically arranged when you're looking from above. So there is definitely a value, I think, to that public right of way.
So when you say you can see the scale and the breadth and the kink of the canal from the public right of way, how do you recognise the scale and breadth and the kink? How are you perceiving that from the public right of way? What can you see?
Yeah, you can see a very straight hedgerow that has a kink in it, and obviously you can't see the whole of the canal from this advantage point. Naturally, it's a very long monument, but you can see a fair width of it below you, so you're able to see where it is. Saying from my example, where I was going along the prow, I knew that the canal was there. I was looking down, and I was able to pinpoint it almost immediately, given the fact that it isn't just a... you can see where it is. Whilst you might not be able to see the water, it's the reeds that you can see and the bulrush and things. It's not marked by a load of hedgerows, for example, or a straight line of trees from that view. It's by the water plants that are adjacent to it. Particularly at the moment, when you do your site visit, I'm sure you'll see that it's been cut back quite a lot. Just for the very nature of this time of year, you're able to cut things back. You don't have to be so cautious about bird nesting and things. So there is quite a good visibility from the public right of way, not just as a line of trees, for example. It is very clear where it is.
Okay, thank you. I think I have asked enough on that, so okay, thanks.
I just wondered if I could make one observation further.
Yes.
I'd invite you to take up viewpoint 6, which is available to you in, say, many places, I think. My appendices, it's internal page 31.
Okay. I'm just going to get there.
Yeah, of course, madam. Please let me know when you...
Okay. Yes, I have that.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, you'll see this for yourself more clearly, but since you have the benefit of the experts here, the landscape and topography of the marsh, as seen from this position, includes straight lines and hedgerows, which are the product of landscape reclamation. And you see actually a series of long straight lines comprising the landscape, whether they're woodland blocks or hedgerows. So again, if it was such a prominent feature and obvious in this location, I'd expect the landscape character assessment to draw attention to it. Just two further points coming out from what was just said. It was said that when you're beside it, it's just a stream. I don't know. I can't imagine what people not familiar with the history of it would think, but it is clearly an engineered feature when you're standing next to it because there's a bank. And the last point I'd like to comment on, and I agree that as a feature it has scale and breadth, but the long straight sections between the kinks are very considerable in their width and extent. And you'll form your own judgment, but it seems to me walking along it is a very considerable piece of engineering, and that's very obvious to you when you're next to it.
Okay, so this figure 6, where am I looking from?
Yes, so you're looking from, there's a view plan. Actually, if you turn to page 30 on the previous page,
yeah,
has an enlargement, or it has a large scale version, and you see there's some colored, there's some sort of orangey circles with numbers, and there's some blue things. E is the nearest, easiest way to find it. Just to the left of or just above the word Cotton Hill.
Yes.
There is a 6.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's, I think, roughly the highest part of the site, more or less. So the best place to test this point.
So that's looking towards the canal then?
Correct, and looking out over the marsh.
Okay.
Precisely. And the photograph on the facing page is the photograph made from there.
All right, thanks. So Mrs. Connolly Moss, have you got anything to say about that photo at all?
No, nothing further to add about the photo.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, yeah, I can have a look at that. So, are either of you coming on the site visit?
I'm not available for it, but I mean, if you want to hear evidence on the site visit, I can.
I don't want to hear evidence. Just
no, Mr. Williams is, though, and he can point out all these points.
Point out, yeah. That's really what I was going to say.
Yeah,
you
no,
can
fine.
Just make a note of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Right. I'll just get back to my notes. Right. Okay. Just trying to work out what I meant by this next question. It's about trees being planted on the north side of the canal. I think there's a bit of a dispute over whether there were once trees on that side. Dr. Milo, if you go first.
Sorry. As I understand it, Scully Moss's evidence says that an element of the mitigation planting within the blue line land of the application and comprising some trees planted in a line just north of the canal is, I think, as I understand the concern, harmful to the setting of the canal because the setting of the canal is open. And just for your reference again, the document in the CDs that shows that line of trees, and you might, is CD 1.14, which is called Landscape Strategy Plan Canal Planting.
Yeah, I can remember.
Yeah, okay, you've seen it, ma'am. Fine, thank you. And that was the focus of my rebuttal evidence. It's interesting that in the documents that show historic maps and plans, none of them actually show the canal relative to the appeal site. So I provided in the rebuttal evidence an image that I think I'd invite you to take up. And my rebuttal evidence is CD 11.10. And when you've got that, it's internally it's Appendix 2. So it's, I'll hold it up. So you're looking for that ordnance survey plan, historic ordnance survey plan.
Okay. Does it
Yeah.
have a page number?
It does. It's internally paginated, rather annoyingly in the lower margin here, at the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll probably be around 26 or 27 of if you're working on the PDF.
Okay, thank
You're welcome.
I've got my computer's being really annoying because it's normally a touch screen, but the touch screen bit isn't working. Kind of keep trying to use it. Okay, Appendix 2. Maybe I've got the wrong appendix.
No, that's right. Appendix 2. There's a dark separating sheet which looks like this. Appendix 2. Yes, and there are two plans I've reproduced for you.
Yes.
The first plan, it shows a large area of the canal. Okay.
Yeah.
And you really need to look at the close-up to understand what you're looking at. So if you turn the page,
Yeah.
I've annotated an enlargement looking just at the section nearest to the appeal site and including the land that's proposed. And what you see, if you look at the canal, just is the front drain, which is a dark line. You see the canal. You see the parapet, and planted on the parapet is a straight line of trees.
Okay, so those are they
And
look like trees.
yes, they are. They are absolutely trees. Okay. If you look at the Ordnance Survey key, and the first edition Ordnance Survey, you've probably come across is pretty accurate when it comes to trees. Now that that line of trees, if you go to the previous plan, it is shown over a much longer stretch of the canal. So in the rebuttal evidence, I explain that I think that the line of trees was planned to be on the north side of the canal, because I have no other explanation for why there should be such an extensive line of trees following exactly the geometry of the canal. I speculate a defensive purpose, which is in effect to provide some camouflage screening for the soldiers who would be backdropped against it. Although by this point trees would be mature. But if you turn on in the document.
So sorry, just before we go
Yes,
further with this. So are you saying, I can see where you're saying that the long line of trees are, but are you able to, how does that relate to the sites?
Yes, so that long line of trees, the site, the blue line land lies to the north of that line of trees. So the proposals are to plant trees not on the line of those trees, which would be on the monument, and probably not too good for it, but inside that line of trees, or rather just inside the appeal site to the north of that.
So where's, if I'm looking,
yes.
Here, that's Hamstreet.
Yeah. So
yes.
What you're asking is where are we in relation to the
basically,
site?
yes.
Yes, so we are.
Just explain this section there.
Yes.
Where Hamstreet is.
Yes, ma'am, just to help you. So Hamstreet is here.
Yes.
The public right of way, and the appeal site is broadly that area.
Okay.
And the blue line land in control of the applicant effectively, goes down to the boundary with the canal to the south.
Okay, so it goes just off this plan, does it?
No, in fact, all of it is shown on that boundary there.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
And are there trees there
Sporadic.
at the moment? And are they are they shown on this plan here?
Well, I haven't. Well, yes. So I think some of the trees you'll see when you carry out your site view that you see on the banks probably are remnants of those trees. However, in the appendices, I give examples very near where those trees have survived. So if you turn on
page 29 of 38.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So what you have there is an aerial photograph of a large stretch of the scheduled monument.
Yeah.
Basically the stretch that's more or less the stretch that's scheduled independently on its own, because you appreciate the monument is scheduled in several sections. If you turn the page, which would be page 30 of 38, internal pagination. So the very next aerial view. You see that is the with the annotation, which says minimal and sporadic tree shrubs on north edge of the canal at Hamstreet. And I surmise some of those may be the trees shown. But that shows the whole of the appeal boundary, or rather the blue line boundary, which I'll just run my finger along it, man, if it helps, which is that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, the other two images then that follow aerial photographs, the next page, page 31 of 38, it shows the stretch that's near to Ruckinge. So if you turn the page, and that's the ancient settlement that follows the Saxon shoreline. Conservation area. It's been extended, but only modestly, really, in comparison with Hamstreet, say. And you see, I've annotated trees and shrubs on the north edge of the canal at Ruckinge, and a number of those specimens, I think, are survivors of the original landscape scheme.
Okay.
And if you turn the page one more time to 32 of 38, internal pagination, you're looking at Bilsington, which is the next village along to the east as you head towards Hythe over some distance. And you see there that there are a considerable number of trees along the, and there's a much greater survival. And finally, we don't have to go to every one in detail after that, but I've reproduced then in the following pages, pages 34 and 35, photographs of trees beside the canal at present. So page 34 is some trees at Ruckinge, and then at page 35, in the top and bottom images, you see there's considerably more tree planting on the edge of the canal, as I think was intended, or in its immediate backdrop setting, and some of these are self-set specimens. I think it's also worth pointing out, Madam, that in the lower image on page 35 at Bilsington, you see there's a hedge along the canal. And actually, this is a position where you can really see all the component parts of the canal. So there's the back drain you see in the distance, there's the banquette and parapet, and then there's the military road, and then there's this hedge, which marks the edge of it. And I think, Madam, that because the land, which comprises the appeal site in the blue land, appears to have been in pastoral use, there would also have been some form of enclosure, hedging, or stock fencing on the edge of the canal as well.
Okay. Right, that's quite a lot of information, so I'll
Sorry, it's all in the rebuttal.
Of course, yeah.
Mm.
But I'll just go back to Mrs. Conley-Moss. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the trees being proposed are not planned to be reminiscent of the 1870s plans in any way, shape or form, really. They're going to be behind the back drain, and they're going to be rather sparse. I think the photo viewpoint 13 at year 15 kind of shows that the trees are largely going to be in the centre, well, not the centre, but in the fields. They're not going to be on the canal, so it's limited to kind of say, well, you're not recreating something that existed as an original design element. It's also, there's not a huge amount of proof that it was part of an original design of the monument. I believe in the 1870s the canal was being used for leisure purposes. Either that or it had been decommissioned already. I'm not quite sure on the dates for that, but it certainly wasn't. That we have limited proof that the trees were intended to be part of its defensive structure from its moment of development, and certainly the figure that Dr. Millet provided of the cross-section of the construction of the canal does not show any planting as a proposed method to kind of shield the parapet. I also think it's worth noting that I've had a look through historic maps and certainly Google satellite imagery, which is slightly more reliable, to see if there is any kind of even modern precedent of this, any kind of trees, particularly along this stretch of the canal that we are talking about. And there doesn't seem to be anything. I can't see. We've got really good photos back to 1990, and it is showing it as relatively open. So the note that this was quite an established character, I think, still stands, regardless of the fact that there were some drawings of the parapet itself potentially being lined with bushes or trees.
Right. So what you're saying is that they may well have been trees along there, but it wasn't part of the military use of the canal.
There's no evidence.
There's no evidence. You don't know. It may have been, it may not have been.
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah, just to comment on a few points there. The proposals for the landscape by the canal are indicative proposals, so they're shown as effectively gapping. There's nothing to stop them being more continuous. But the point is the degree to which, either as designed for military purposes or used for amenity purposes, there were intentional views or otherwise to the north, and the trees would effectively have filtered those views. I accept that this could be a later planted scheme, but it's pretty extensive and uniform, and it's not on the towpath, it's on the north side of the canal. So the trees haven't been planted with the interest of providing shading to the towpath. And it was said there was no then evidence for trees here at Hamstreet. I'm afraid this isn't in the evidence. We can submit it, but in the standard publication on the Royal Military Canal, there's a figure that shows trees along the canal in Hamstreet in 1971 arranged in a line. There's been tree loss. I mean, we can supply. This is in the source that I cited my evidence, which is the standard source on the history of the canal. So even allowing that they didn't have a defensive purpose, which I find surprising given the extent of them, and they were planted for amenity reasons or as part of some, they're so extensive, it seems to me they must have been planted at the time that the canal was laid out. The fact that they're not shown on the cross-section drawing is not material, because that drawing, and you would never have on engineering drawings anyway, landscape. So I just don't think that's a relevant consideration. But as I said, I can make available this photograph, which is in a source I named, but I didn't reproduce it.
Okay, I think I've heard enough on that one. Just go back to my notes again. Right. So, yeah, the next question is, I think there's a dispute between the two of you about the significance about the setting to the north of the canal. So, I mean, I've read about it, and I can hear what you're saying so far, but could I just hear a little bit more about how significant the setting of the canal is from the north? Yeah, I'll start with Doctor.
Sure. So the purpose of the canal was to prevent the invasion of a land army which had landed at the coast and was marching north, probably on roads or paths and so forth. And so the feature is oriented to repel attack from that side, which is to the south, not to the north. That's the first point. The second point, and actually we agree on this next point, setting here does contribute to significance because the canal was positioned in this location at a point of topographical importance where the marsh then changed to become broadly rising drier land And so it provided a natural line of defense to prevent troops gaining dry ground and making more rapid access to London, which was the fear during the early decade of the 19th century. And so it was oriented southwards along its length, and it was not oriented expressly to defend particular settlements. In fact, it was laid out relative to those settlements wherever they occurred on the topographical line. So, for example, Hamstreet, the original village, it set some distance from Hamstreet, about 400 or 500 meters, whereas at Ruckinge and Bilsington, it's quite close. And the reason for that difference is simply that those settlements were nearer to the beginning of the marsh. So I say in my rebuttal and my main evidence, essentially, that the position of the feature relative to settlements inland of it was really kind of a matter of indifference, really. The significant thing was providing a line of defense before there was higher, drier ground. So as a consequence, I think that the north areas don't contribute to the same extent than the open, expansive area to the south, which is, of course, the land that the troops would have been looking for invading army across, and across which they would have been firing to prevent troops from getting onto dry land.
Okay, so Mrs. Connie Rose, when you're ready, you finish writing.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that obviously the significance of the land to the north does kind of lay in its character as a rising land, and it's mentioned in both mine and Dr. Milet's proofs, and also in I believe in the historic Despeck assessment, that contrast that you experience, particularly as traversing along the canal, is part of its character, that you feel the rising land to your right, if you look in that way, and the long flat expanse to your left of the marsh, and that if you were, say, if the canal was right in the middle of the marsh and it was flat to either side, that is a wholly different characteristic. And so this land to the north does carry some of its significance. If you have a look at the location of the canal in comparison to land heights, particularly along its entire length, you can see that it is positioned almost, it follows where this base of the hills are, and it's chosen strategically to be, I'm assuming, it seems like quite an intentional design choice to be at this very precipice of the flat land, and then where it gently, in some cases, and more steeply rises up to the north. So that does carry some significance of the fact, that importance that this northland has to this particular part of the setting that we're referring to as part of the appeal. It's also noted that obviously in this case the settlement of Hamstreet is to the north, so that is where a lot of the more local users of the path will be travelling from the Royal Military Canal from or to. So there is a connection there, particularly socially, locally. And then also, as mentioned in the proofs, there is the non-designated heritage asset, the Royal Observation Corps box, which is again to the north. So there is a connection there as well between heritage assets, and that comes from that northland. So I do think it holds some significance as a contributor to this very unique setting of the Royal Military Canal.
Okay.
Just briefly, I mean, the Royal Observation Corps box is not identified as an asset which is harmed. Just to make that point. Yeah. I mean, there was a functional, intentional relationship, so I don't think it's relevant. And yes, I appreciate people in Hamstreet will use the RMC. It seems to me that's a point of amenity. But I think the question, because we do agree on this component that the change in topography contributes to the significance of the asset, explaining its purpose and the reason for its location. So the question, and you know, I'd suggest it's a question that, you know, is relevant on this point, is whether or not the proposal interferes with an appreciation of that topographical change. So, which is a question I sort of pose and answer in my report. If, for the sake of argument, you had a large housing development that was built immediately north of the Cal and blocked views of the rising land, that I think would be obscuring one of the reasons for its position. But this development is set the distances vary, but the nearest point, the red line, is about 280 metres away. And I don't think, and you'll form your own judgment, that the development, positioned as it is, would interfere with your appreciation. It's on rising land. So I think you would still be able to appreciate very clearly that the canal was positioned where it was, because when you're on the towpath, there's a huge expanse of the marsh to the south, which is, flat. And then to the north, there's a lot of rising land. And you're aware of that rising land as you walk along the stretch of the canal. So I don't think the development would change that awareness.
Would it affect the awareness from the site, though?
From the appeal side?
Yes.
Well, only to the extent if you agree with the council that public right-of-way view is a heritage view. And the master plan, I think, allows, as that first plan we looked at earlier, for views from within the red line out across the marsh. But I think that's a landscape point.
But it doesn't. But I see what you mean about that arrow view that
Mm-hmm.
you took me to. But that's not the whole of the site, is it? So
No.
What I'm asking is, would the houses, if you're standing on the public right of way, and the house is there's a house or houses in front of you, is that going to affect your appreciation of the rise?
Well, I haven't done evidence on that point, because that, I think, is a landscape and design point, and I just pass the question to Mr. Williams, really. But the sections that are done through the site in design and access statement show how the development would stagger and step down the hillside. So I don't think that within the development, you're just asking this question now, so I'm not, I haven't prepared evidence on it, but based on my understanding, I'd say that if you're in the development, you would know about the fall in the land.
I'm just trying to, yeah, okay.
But again, that's, I'm hedging, sorry, pardon the pun, I'm hedging myself there, because I'm not conceiving of that as a significant view in the first place. The comments I'm directing myself toward are the comments from the towpath, which are, I think, the sensitive views for the purposes of heritage assessment.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going back to this public right of way and interlinking it between what's been said so far, and I'm wondering how the houses would affect the views, just to the canal, but also about the rising lands. I'm not saying that they will or they won't. I'm just asking.
I don't. Sorry.
Can I ask Mr. Williams to just comment on this, if it
Yes.
helps? Just
Yeah.
so he might want to say something on this.
Just hit the button.
Madam, obviously we're dealing with landscape and visual matters later into tomorrow, but the landscape mitigation plan is quite helpful. It identifies the 3 different types of arrows from the public right-of-way in the higher parts of the site that are undeveloped, and it puts little target notes as to why they're there and what they're looking at. And some, broadly speaking, are looking southward to the marsh through very specific corridors. There will, of course, be the removal of views from the public right-of-way where they align with where development sits immediately adjacent to that. But a consequence of reducing the development, which is a big feature of this scheme as opposed to the previous scheme, is bringing development away from the highest ground below the public right-of-way that then steps down the slope. So there's views framed from the public right-of-way and above to key features, and then noted 1, 2 and 3 on the landscape mitigation plan, and the buildings will follow the contours of the land as they drop down that slope. I'll probably pause there before I start to talk about landscape and visual effects.
I think it'd be helpful if I can just go back to that plan.
Yeah, that's CD 113.
Right. Okay, I've got that. So what I'm interested in is setting is how you experience a heritage asset, isn't it? It's not defined in a scientific terms. It's how you experience a heritage asset. So there's quite a lot of disputes about the public right of way and how you might experience the heritage asset from the public right of way. Now, some of that's going to be subjective, isn't it? I presume it's different for different people. And what I just want to understand is, are the houses, which it looks like, are they going to impinge on that experience? So I've heard about what you might be able to see in terms of the vegetation that's in the water, and you both talked about the topography and how that changes, and I suppose I'm going to know really when I go on site, and my attention can be drawn to different viewpoints. Is probably going to help me the most. It's much harder talking about something when I can't see it in front of me, but I'll just say that's what I'm interested to know, and you might want to say some more on that.
Yeah, if that's okay. I think obviously it's important to note that this isn't just a landscaping issue. The very nature of the loss of views is through the housing. So no amount of trees is going to block that. You are going to have a significant reduction in visibility of the Royal Military Canal. It's noted obviously that the second arrow is purposely put there for views to the Royal Military Canal, as was just confirmed, and it's a very narrow arrow that's maintained. So whilst there might be something there might be a very small glimpse of the canal through that very small kind of alley that you can see. The large majority of those views are going to be lost, particularly from the highest point of the public right-of-way over the site. And you'll see when you're on site what that kind of impact might be. And I think it also is important by saying that obviously the importance of the topography, it goes both ways. It's not just important when you are on the lowland, it's also important when you're on the highland to appreciate that change in topography too. So that part of the significance is going to be harmed by the development and the loss of those views, as noted. And I also think it's worth mentioning that the interference, whilst Dr. Miller was saying obviously it's at a distance, and that there's still, there's going to be a small part of field still remained. It was noted throughout my proof, Dr. Miller's proof, and the heritage desk-based assessment that there was a garden centre and some pylons, and an agricultural barn or two, and that these were noted as being detractors to the tranquillity and the development of the area, and that they've taken away some of this historical character. Now compare pylons and a garden centre on the low-lying ground to 140 homes on a hill. That's going to be quite a significant change, and so I think it's worth noting that despite the distance, that view is going to be a detractor to the view even when you're on the public right-of-way adjacent to the canal, as well as obviously the one that goes through the development site.
Okay, I'm just going to go to a member of the public in a second. Right, do you want to speak? Can you just give me your... Can you give me your...
Nikki Withey, W-I-T-H-E-Y. Lived in the local area of my life.
Okay.
On your site visit, can you confirm or not confirm whether you're going to see other villages that will be impacted by the view? Because in Ivy Church, which is miles away, you can see the hill so clearly. I can see the tree from the hill, from the house there. You can see it in Warehorn very, very clearly. We go on walks there, we can see it all the time. And Ruckinge, you can see it from miles. So on your site visits, are you just going to that area, or are you going to drive around? Because I think you won't get impact of how dominant it is. Imagine it with the lights on, garden lights, everything, and at night, but in the daytime, you will be able to see that building. I know it's been dropped down here, but you will definitely be able to see it. You'll see all the houses. I can see a tree from Ivy Church right across.
Okay. Right, so yeah, I'll take your point. So first of all, I mean, we're talking about the heritage asset, but that's more of a landscape thing. But I understand what you're saying. So in terms of what I'm going to have a look at on site, I've got a plan which the council and the appellant have agreed between them, and they're focusing on the viewpoints from the landscape evidence.
So you just see at the top of the hill, you won't be driving around the other hill.
No, but that wasn't on the plan, but I can do. So it could be added in, and maybe if you could. Are you able? able to liaise with the council? And they...
I've got meetings tomorrow,
Well,
but
could...
I might be able to find somebody who could do the drives and show you exactly where they are.
Well, I can't go with members of the public, but if you maybe email the council's planning officer and Mr Musk.
Oh, okay, yeah,
yes, and if you liaise with him, and he can then pass that on for my site visit. Okay, you email him. Okay, thank you.
Before Dr. Mile comes on, I think you said something earlier about obviously the concept of setting and the extent to which the viewpoints from various parts of a housing estate. I just thought it might be worth just referring to the Historic England's test for how we assess this.
Yes.
And the setting. So one being the 4 steps, as it were. 1, assessing the heritage asset, assessing the degree to which these settings and views make a contribution to the significance of the heritage asset. And I think that's something that we've discussed, the extent to which our site makes a contribution. The 3rd step being assess the effects of the proposed development, whether beneficial or harmful, on the significance or the ability to appreciate it. Again, that is the key part. So when we're talking about when the housing is there, will it impact on the views to the canal and back? The tests really, in terms of insofar as there is a test, this being very subjective as you've already identified, is that significance or the ability to appreciate it. So at various points on the site, at various locations, the ability to appreciate it will be something. And then crucially, step 4, explore ways to maximize enhancement and avoid or minimize harm, which is again a big difference between us and the council in terms of the trees that we're proposing. So I just thought I'd put that in the context of the answers you're about to get from Dr. Mile.
Yes, of course. Okay, so but I think what I'm understanding from the conversation so far is that the topography is significant. There is some significance in the topography.
Yes, understood, because it explains the position of the canal. But, Madam, if I can just address the way you put the question before Ms. Connolly-Moss gave you an answer. I think I wrote it down was whether, I'm paraphrasing obviously, whether the houses will impinge on your experience or appreciation of the canal from the higher area.
Yes.
Okay. Now I say they won't, because from the higher area you don't experience or appreciate the significance of the asset. That's my evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, and it finds its way back to the guidance that Mr. Mohammed has just cited. So I think, that's the question I asked myself when I stood in that position and tried to pick it out and thought, there it is. And I formed the judgment. It's not a view that contributes to my appreciation of why the asset is special and designated.
Okay,
So that's the simplest answer.
Yeah. Do you want to respond to that point?
Yeah, I think it's just worth, if we're referring to the checklist of Historic England, when they're talking about the checklist that they provide, they mention position in relation to key views to, from and across. They mention the degree to which the location physically is prominent, dominant or conspicuous. They mention competition with or distraction from the asset. And I think all of these, visual permeability, all these things we've already discussed come into play. To say that the views are null and void, even though you very much can see the canal, I don't think takes adequate assessment of the landscape and your experience of the canal, particularly from that public right of way. But I suppose when you're on your site visit, it's so much easier to see it when you're there. I always find it helpful, but particularly when you're dealing with topography, it's very difficult to appreciate from photographs, particularly the nature of camera lenses. They just don't capture what it's like in person. So I think it will really be for you to judge on that impact that topography has. But nonetheless, you can see it. There's a mention in their environment, the landscape plan or the layout, that they want to be able to see it. So therefore, I think there's a kind of an acknowledgement that there is a relationship of that view to the heritage asset, and it is a view where you can experience it.
Okay, all right, thanks. I think I understand both of your cases, and it'd be a question of when I see it,
Yeah, well, just two very short points. There is no acknowledgement in the landscape and design and access statements I've seen that the reason to keep that view open is to provide a view of the canal. There just isn't. I've looked. So I disagree with what's just been said. It's a landscape point that Mr. Williams can address. And the fact that the Historic England guidance mentions various views and topography doesn't mean they will always be relevant to the experience of significance. And I haven't disregarded, obviously, those tests. So I think those are two important points, Madam, I ask you to bear in mind.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just respond,
Yes.
there is the landscape, arrow 2 says views to the Royal Military Canal, and it makes quite specific reference
Can
to
I just
it.
be directed to that? Yeah, it's to the marsh. I mean, it doesn't, well, I'm looking at the landscape plan we talked about before, CD 113. The purpose of that view is for views over the marsh. I just haven't seen a reference in the document to that view corridor, as it's called, is there to include and appreciate views of the Royal Military Canal. And, you know, Mr. Williams this can come up in the landscape section. He can take you to the documents if you want to go there.
But in terms of the landscape plan, has it, well, I think what I'm going to do is, I think I've heard both of you on what your opinions are, and I think really it's for me to have a look and take into account what both your sides, and
Sure.
when I see it, I'll have a better understanding of it. Okay. Right. All right. The next question I had has been answered already. In terms of the distance, I think this is a really simple question. It's about the nearest house. So basically, I'm asking about the distance of the development as a whole. The nearest house, I think that's 335 metres away from the canal. Is that agreed?
I think that can be agreed. I've seen that figure in lots of the information. That's the figure given in the LVIA, and I think also in the committee report.
Okay.
I'm happy to, you know, we can agree that.
I don't have that figure in front of me, so I can't confirm or
Yeah.
disagree.
Okay. Let me go to the committee report.
I mean, we don't have a layout. We won't know. Hang on. It's an outline application.
Yeah. It's to the nearest part of the parameter
Yes,
for housing.
The parameter plan. So the nearest sort of built developments.
Well, I assume that the houses will be facing inward from the parameter edge because there'll be gardens. But I put in my evidence two figures: 280 meters to the nearest part of, approximately, to the nearest part of the appeal site. So the nearest distance between the canal and the nearest part of the appeal site, 200 meters, and about 330 to the parameter,
So
identifying housing.
So this isn't the parameter plan, the landscape strategy, but the parameter plan is quite similar to the CD 1.13, I think.
Yes.
So we're going on basically where those roads are marked.
Actually, that plan, CD 1.13, shows a perimeter road,
Yes.
actually, and the housing accessed off of that. So probably not back gardens are proposed, and for reasons I understand in terms of layout. But I think it's a point we can check. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
And Madam, before the inquiry finishes, I'm sure we can get a marked up plan that we can agree with the council, and we can submit to the inquiry on that in that way, if it helps you.
I mean, I'm also curious that the council's heritage witness has assessed this without having a figure in mind as to where the nearest house or dwelling is going to be, and therefore has assessed an impact based on no real measurements. I am surprised at that. 4.6.23 of Miss Connolly Moss's evidence, it would appear that she accepts what Dr. Mile has just been telling us, that the proposed development will be approximately 280 metres to the north of the RMC. The location of the housing provides a small landscape buffer, etc. At least there's one figure that seems to be accepted.
And there's also an earlier
That's the paragraph I've given you, is 4.6.23 of your proof.
And then it says 200.
And then at 4.6.15 of your proof, you say approximately 280 and 400 metres to the south of the main body of the appeal site. So you're even more generous than the figure that the inspector's given us.
Well, maybe it would be helpful if I just had an agreed rough. I know you can't agree it precisely because you don't have a layout, but from the parameter plan at some point.
Well, we're happy to agree on the basis of them being approximates, because obviously
Yes.
the council's evidence is based on approximately 280 and 400 metres. So I don't see a problem of us agreeing an approximation.
I think, if I may, that's the site boundary. Is between 280 because it slopes away, so it's between 280 metres.
Exactly.
The residential parcels within that will be slightly further.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah, so maybe just a rough approximate agreement of distance.
That's helpful.
But I mean, I get the gist of it.
And I'm not sure.
Huge amounts going to turn on,
No.
10 metres here and there.
What's the number you've got?
I've got it in CAD, so I'm measuring. The closest point from the canal to the most southern point of the parameter, which could include development, whether it's a road or a house, is 362 metres.
Okay.
So what might be useful is if Mr. Musk or Ms. Connolly Moss or ourselves agree maybe a figure above approximate to give to you, then maybe you can work from that.
Yeah, thanks, if that's all right. But I mean, as you say, it's not going to turn on 10 metres, but it's just helpful if I have an approximate. Thank you. Okay, I might be near the ends. Just bear with me. Right, planting. So the last question I've got is about the planting that's proposed alongside the canal. Just firstly, that's within the appellant's ownership.
So it's a blue line land, yes.
Yes. And in terms of that's to mitigate the views from the canal.
That's what I understand, but again, it's probably a question best directed to Mr. Williams, but that's my understanding of it.
Yeah, okay. I think we've probably sort of talked about the trees really, but I don't know whether I asked whether you thought that helps or not. It's probably a landscape question actually. Yeah, I'll leave that unless you want to say something.
Yeah, I think I've covered the heritage aspects of the trees.
Yes, of
I
course,
think perhaps a landscape query potentially.
Okay, so that's all I wanted to ask.
Did you want to hear anything on the scale of less than substantial harm, or are you content to reach your own judgment on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've read, there is evidence on how you measure scale in terms of setting. I've read that. I understand that, so I don't really want to discuss that. Well, I don't feel I need to, but if you feel you have to say
make
something.
Two points on that. One is that you will have recalled the document that we handed up, ID1,
Yes.
and you will have also seen in our opening remarks, we say that the first time we hear of the council's calibration of this less than substantial position that they've come up with.
Yes.
So let me start with my openings.
Okay.
Paragraph 27 of my opening remarks. The council has belatedly sought to claim that the harm is moderate within the scale of less than substantial, despite never articulating that judgment at all in either the officer's report or the statement of case. So the first time we're hearing about it was in the proof.
Yeah.
But the reason why this document is quite important is because it goes back from Ms. Connolly Moss here, going back to June 2024, you can see that, the first
Yes.
page at the top. And then she sets out her brief comments, admittedly, and then the last bullet point, the last sentence of that, she says, therefore, I would argue that the proposed development, by virtue of the scale and location, would contribute to less than substantial harm to the special character and interest of the setting of the sound. The simple point being that a moderate harm is not insignificant, and it isn't something that you come up with overnight. But it wasn't her thinking in June 2024. It wasn't articulated in the officer's report. It wasn't articulated in the statement of case, and it's only come out now. So I can deal with that in closings, but I just thought that when you compare that to our position, we've been quite consistent and conservative to some extent, actually. But this is the reason why we put this in.
Okay.
That was all I wanted to say. I don't know if Dr. Amelia wants to add.
Ma'am, you're satisfied with your judgment on that point. You understand it. Thank you.
Okay.
I'd just like to add, obviously, the nature of those comments are brief, and it was not mentioned what level of less than substantial harm it was, so that doesn't, the absence of that does not dictate whether it, what scale it is, and upon being asked to confirm the level and evidence in my proof and assessment, that was provided. So that email chain, which refers actually to the previous scheme, it says less than substantial harm, so it still correlates exactly with what my proof sets out.
Thank you.
Just to be clear as well, Madam, the desk-based assessment submitted with the application concludes no harm. The statement of common ground that signed agrees less than substantial harm. So I don't think it's factually correct to say the appellant's position has been completely consistent. But I don't think either of these points help you. You've got to make, obviously, your own judgment on where it is in the scale and what different people said at different times. Probably doesn't take matters much further for you.
Right, thank you. Okay, that's the end of my questions. So just anything that you want to, either side wants to point out? No? No. Okay, right, that's the end of this session. Thank you very much, everybody. Let me just get my piece of paper in the right order, and then we'll have a talk about what's next. All right, thank you.
So, Madam, you'll need Mr Withycombe's proof
Yeah.
and probably Mr Williams' proof and the landscape statement of common ground, which is core document 5.6.
Right.
And we might need the landscape character assessment, which I think is 7.5.
Sorry, what was the statements of common grounds number?
5.6, I have it, hasn't it?
Thank you.
This has got very wobbly, hasn't it? Let's see. Sorry. This desk is just... Is that okay? Okay. Madam, if you're ready to start, then I can introduce Mr.
Yes,
Withycombe to you.
thank you.
You're David Withycombe. You tell us in your proof of evidence that you are a member of the Landscape Institute. You're a Director of Land Management Services Limited, and you have been engaged in landscape management, design and planning in both public and private sectors for over 30 years. You set out the types of projects that your company is involved with. You make it clear that your proof has been prepared in accordance with the Landscape Institute Professional Code of Conduct, and you have a declaration that the evidence in your proof is in accordance with the guidance of the Landscape Institute, and that it's your true and professional opinion. Is all of that correct, Mr Withycombe?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Before we get going, I don't know if you want to just say anything more about your experience. I appreciate that's quite a brief introduction.
No, I guess the additional point is perhaps I've worked extensively in Ashford Borough for probably 10, 15 years now, mostly acting on behalf of the council.
Thank you. What I'm going to do is, in your proof of evidence at section 3, you explain that in terms of the structure of your evidence, you deal with it essentially under two headings, two key issues that you have identified from the materials that's before us. The first being whether the level of landscape and visual harm is such that reason for refusal 1 is justified, and then the second, whether the proposal is in conflict with the prevailing form of development and the rural character of the area such that reason for refusal 3 is justified. I'm going to kind of take these points in the opposite order, I'm afraid, and start with the point about the conflict with the prevailing form of development and matters about the relationship between the site and the settlement and the surrounding landscape. So can we just start by, in your proof of paragraph 5.1, you say about a third of the way down that paragraph, you refer to plans in the statement of common ground showing how Hamstreet has grown over time. I think those are also in Mr Williams' proof of evidence as well. And you say that they demonstrate the growth of the village to date has been strongly influenced by landform and landscape. So I just wanted to ask you to expand on that, if you wouldn't mind, and just describe for the inspector how you've reached that conclusion.
Yeah, I think the key point here is that Hamstreet as a village is set back a little from the shoreline, and it sits within a sort of broad valley. And the expansion that's happened to date has followed the sort of perhaps more logical, I don't know if logical is the right word, but it's followed the main routes to and from the village. But within that, the westerly expansions and the northerly expansions are very much contained within the landscape. And that's why you don't see them from the surrounding area. They are set into the landscape, even though the more northerly extension is getting close to the contour level of the appeal site. Because it's set back from the marsh, you don't perceive it from Romney Marsh, so you don't get these long views. So, and I think all these more recent extensions as well, you see them, you encounter them, they have a relationship with the village. And that, to my mind, is the contrast with the appeal site. I think points are made about it being, I think it's termed a logical extension. The reason why development hasn't extended to the east, to the appeal site, is the landform and landscape, because this is such a markedly different site to the other locations within and around the village. And that's, to my mind, is the key difference between the appeal site and the extensions that you'll see. Yeah, you'll obviously be able to see these on site, but those more recent extensions, they have a relationship with the village. You encounter them in relation to the existing settlement. They don't have strong landscape buffers between them and the settlement, which I think is going to be the case here. So I think that's kind of what I would see as the key difference between the appeal site and the other extensions that you'll see on the ground when you visit the site.
Is there anything else that hopefully the inspector will go and have a look, which she'll hear quite a lot about? I think particularly, I think it's called Brimstone Road, or was St Mary's, which is the development right opposite the primary school.
Yeah.
And there's the Pippins, which is sort of Warehorn Road. I think you go under a railway bridge, and it's there. And Madam, hopefully you know what I'm talking about, and you'll see them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
You've referred to the absence of a landscape buffer. Is there anything else the inspector should be taking note of when she sees those sites that's distinct from the appeal site?
I think it's just how they're set into the landscape. There are varying qualities of development. Some are better than others, but essentially they are contained. Even the more northerly one, which is towards the similar contour level as the appeal site, it's still contained by woodland surrounding vegetation and the landform.
Okay, I think leads us on to the sort of the comment or the description that's made a number of times. It's in the reason for review. It's in the statement of case. It's in your proof of evidence about the site being physically and visually distinct from the settlement. The reason for refusal refers to physical and visual intrusion. So we've got a physical aspect and a visual aspect here. This seems to be quite key.
Yeah.
So can you perhaps elaborate and break it down a bit more for the inspector, each of those? We might want to look at some visual materials. I don't know. Which one do you want to start with?
The visual is perhaps more straightforward.
Yeah.
The case that I make is this site is never, apart from a few locations on the very edge of the village, Willow Drive and Fairfield Terrace, you get glimpse views, it is never seen or perceived in the context of the village. It's remote, visually. I use the term distinct quite carefully because I didn't want to say it's physically removed. It has, because of the nature of the landform and the landscape and the views you gain from the south and from the surrounding area, it is only ever perceived and viewed in isolation. So to that extent, it appears as an isolated development in countryside. You don't ever really perceive that relationship with the village, if that makes sense.
Do you mean that if it was built on as planned?
Yeah.
Do you mean you wouldn't see it as part of the village? Is that what you're saying?
When you see it, yes, when you see it when you're on the site, you see the appeal site as a hillside. You don't see the village.
Well, I'll
Yeah, so you'll see that when you're on site. And it's in terms of the physical relationship, it's the fact that the access is having to be constructed about 350 metres outside of the village because there is no logical vehicular access from within the confines of the village, because you have quite a steep rising slope. And this is, in dealing with the physical aspect, because the land rises not steeply, but relatively steeply behind Willow Drive and Fairfield Terrace, the built form is set away from the current settlement edge. So you have a landscape buffer. You will have open space between that and the new development, which will then sit on the hillside above those existing roads. So you'll see the development above the existing residential areas when you perceive it from the village. But it is literally from those small edge, those short sections of Willow Drive and Fairfield Terrace that you would actually get some sort of perception of that development in relationship to the village. And you would have to access it by vehicle by going out onto Hamstreet Road and then accessing it probably about 350 metres outside the village.
Should we have a look at any of the viewpoints at this stage?
I mean, it would be perhaps helpful, yeah. I mean, perhaps the best ones are probably going to be, obviously, from the LVIA, CD 1.12. Yeah. I think we've had lots of discussions about the views from the Royal Military Canal. I think I'll perhaps take you to some of the longer distance views. So I'm slowly getting there, chuntering. Just looking at the viewpoints plan, I'm thinking of taking to viewpoints 15 and 16, which are the longer distance views.
And if you're electronic, then 15 is at PDF 78.
Yeah, so I'm still got the wheel of death, I'm afraid. Well, I've got paper copies. If you've got them, Madam, I'm happy for you to look at them.
It's the bottom right. It's quite small, unfortunately. Can you see there's FPCR in the blue box on the bottom right of the page? It's just above that. It's not the easiest to locate, unfortunately. Yes. Yes, yes, exactly.
So I think sort of just to look at those, so viewpoint 15, you can see Cotton Hill pretty well in the centre of the view, and it's just the point I make is the settlement of Hamstreet is set behind the hillside, so you don't see it. You can see the farm and a few neighbouring properties, but you don't get any perception of the village or development of any sort of substantial scale in that view, and that's typical of the views, and viewpoint 16 perhaps even more pronounced. And then, of course, with viewpoint 16, you have the benefit of the visualisation, which shows you the proposed development in the context of that view. Again, Hamstreet itself is set sort of below the grass ridge line, so you don't see it.
What about views from the north?
That's principally the views from as you leave Hamstreet Woods.
So 9 and 10, I think.
9 and 10, thank you. Again, we have the benefit of a photo montage. I think it's from 10, isn't it? Yeah. So the views, and you can see you have this wonderful, this broad, expansive view towards the marsh over the appeal site, and then you have in the visualisation for viewpoints 10, you then have the introduction of the development to that view. And again, that is a broad, expansive rural view. There is no substantial built form or development or detractors in that view.
while we've got this open and you were talking about the site access, I don't know if it's worth just going to viewpoint 8, which is on Hamstreet Road, essentially travelling east towards
as we've got
the
the viewpoints
settlement.
open. I mean, perhaps, I mean, this is something I did want to touch on because it's been raised by Mr. Williams that my references to viewpoint 10 and viewpoint 8, I separate them out from the visual receptors. We have a broad set of visual receptors which are identified as part of the LVA, which broadly I agree with, are work well. But the point was made that I've highlighted viewpoint 8 and viewpoint 10 as isolated views. They're not isolated views. Viewpoint 8 is illustrative, representative of the views you get as you approach the village. So as you travel along Hamstreet Road towards the village, you get a changing view, which eventually narrows as you get close to the village. But to start with, you have this open view towards Cotton Hill with the farm, and then the new development will be set in. So they're not isolated views. These are representative of the views you would get from, in this case, Hamstreet Road as you drive towards the village. And in case of viewpoint 10, that's representative of the views you get, and it's views as you walk towards the village from Hamstreet Woods. With 8, I think it's indicative. I think the 12 and 13, the sort of how much the development breaks the skyline, particularly in viewpoint 8, and the views from the canal as well.
All right. So just going back to, I suppose, those views from the south in particular, and the point you're making that, you don't see the settlement. You've obviously read Mr. Williams's proof of evidence, and you've already kind of touched on this point about the height and the contours. I think he makes the point that the maximum height contour of development which is proposed on this site would be in line with, actually, if not slightly lower than the recent development at Brimstone Road and also at Carter's Wood to the north of, which I think is the north of Fairfield Terrace. So, I mean, what do you think about that assessment?
I agree. That's correct. It's broadly the same contour level, but as I say, it's about where those sites are located. It's about understanding it on the ground and the landscape that those developments are set into. The fact that it's the same contour level, that's not in disagreement, but the point is, because those developments are set back from the shoreline, and because of other factors like surrounding vegetation, they are not widely visible in the landscape, in complete contrast to the appeal site.
What about another point he makes about, the kind of relationship with the settlement, the kind of pattern of development here is about the distance between the appeal site and the centre, and he talks about, and I think the point was made in opening as well, that there's been a certain amount of development to the north and to the west, and so this is a kind of equivalent distance to the east, so it's kind of in keeping with the kind of recent expansion, and that actually it might rebalance the village, I think is the way it's been put. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, maybe on plan that works, but not on the ground. Not when you understand this village and how it's set into the valley, and how the landscape, the character of the landscape around it, the landform. There's no evidence on this, but to my mind there are more logical extensions that one could look at, which would have less harm in terms of landscape and visual. But we don't. I'm not putting that forward as a new piece of evidence, but it's just, when you visit and look around from those existing residential extensions, I think you can see that there is potentially to expand further there. But I'm not going to go too much more into that.
What about the rebalancing point specifically?
Again,
that
I think that's on
something
plan.
you-
That's on plan. That might work on plan. But it's need to understand the village and the landscape, and how it's set into the landscape, and how this particular extension it wouldn't be. My point is, it wouldn't be set into the landscape. It would cut across the landscape in many, many respects.
Can we just talk a bit about the relationship with the settlement edge? So as we know, the western boundary of the appeal site is the boundary that adjoins the existing settlement. So you've got the properties on Fairfield Terrace, kind of the northern half of the site, and then is it Willow Drive, I think, to the south. You've referred already in response to questions I've asked you about the buffer that's proposed between those residential areas and the proposed development. Can you talk a bit more about that? Why do you take issue with that? How do you characterise the relationship between the proposed development and the existing settlement on this boundary?
Yeah, I mean, whether it's, I think it's that there is a landscape. I've called it a buffer. I mean, it's also an open space, but there is a physical separation between the existing settlement edge and I suppose it's the western parcel of development on the appeal site. There's not a sort of logical flow from one to another. There is a physical separation, which is partly open space, partly planting. And to my mind, actually, you have a reasonably comfortable settlement edge as it exists, because you have the rear gardens of Fairfield Terrace and Willow Drive, which are partially vegetated. And then you have the relatively steep slope leading up to Cotton Hill. You only get a perception of the settlement edge from the very western parts of the site. I've got a viewpoint 6A in my proof, which shows the view down to the village from Cotton Hill, which hopefully illustrates that. Yeah, we can go to that. So it's only really when you get to that central high point of Cotton Hill, the western parts of the site, that you get a view down to the village. That's where you perceive the village from. From all of the eastern part of the site, you don't have any perception of Hamstreet village.
Is that in your appendices?
Yeah, my appendices. They're not very long. It's just a viewpoint 6A.
Yes, I've got that.
Yeah. So that's the first point where you actually see the village, if you're walking on that footpath A575 across the top of Cotton Hill.
What about views of that settlement edge from elsewhere? Obviously, that's within the appeal site. What about, I think you mentioned some limited areas on Fairfield Terrace and Willow Drive.
Yeah,
is there anywhere else that you can see that relationship, that boundary from?
Not really. You may get a glimpse of it from Hamstreet, right on the edge of the settlement. But beyond that, I don't think you really would. I think the other point to make is that much of the development on the appeal site, and I understand why it's being dragged away from the highest, or pulled away from the higher points of the site. It does mean that we have the development on the appeal site, which I believe is mostly 2 to 2.5 stories, largely set behind single-storey dwellings on Willow Drive. So Willow Drive, if you like, dropping down to single-storey dwellings on the settlement edge, gives us a bit of a transition from the settlement to the countryside. The proposal on the appeal site would be very much in contrast to that.
I was going to ask you about the vehicle access, but I think you've probably already covered that. Is there anything you want to say in kind of character and appearance terms about the proposed pedestrian accesses on the western boundary, since we're there?
No, I mean, I guess there's a small point about that. I still perceive this as being a site that's quite remote from the village, so many of the benefits that might come with the landscape infrastructure, open space, etc., I'm not quite sure how much benefit that would provide to the the settlement as a whole. But I think just sort of more importantly to emphasise that as you leave, well, if you've still got the LBIV viewpoints open, I think it's important, and we will drive it, of course, to understand the character of, if one goes from viewpoint 3, so that's the view from Hamstreet on the edge of the settlement. You then go into this quite narrow wooded corridor. So you definitely have a feeling of leaving the village at
So that's
that
viewpoint.
point.
You've gone viewpoint 3 to viewpoint 4, have you?
So that's viewpoint 4. For about sort of 100 metres or so, Hamstreet Road is in quite a narrow cutting. So you definitely have quite a perception of leaving the village there, and then you emerge in viewpoint 5 into more open countryside, and you can see the farm. But what would be introduced into viewpoint 5 would be the road access sort of just before the farm, and then you would have a perception of residential development on your right as you having left the village. So you go through this quite narrow corridor, wooded corridor, which to my mind gives you a quite strong feeling of leaving Hamstreet.
Apologies for jumping around, but we looked a moment ago at your appendices, and it occurred to me that you obviously have a few other photos in there. I don't know if you wanted to touch on those while we still have
very
that
briefly.
open.
I mean, I think the 15A and 16B are really just for as much for information. They don't necessarily add too much. The key point I want to emphasise here is that when you're on Romney Marsh to the south, the views are constant. This isn't a landscape where one has blocks of woodland that occasionally screen views or built form that might, give you partial views. You get glimpse views towards the site. These are open, panoramic views that you have pretty well constantly when you walk the rights of way to the south of the site. And it's that perception and the influence of the development, if you like, on your perception of this currently rural character, which is why there's a slight disagreement between us in terms of the impact and effects on the landscape character area of the marshes.
Yeah, we'll come on to that in just a moment, I think. I wanted to just ask, so in reason for refusal 3, it refers to the scale, massing and layout required in order to meet the quantum of development, refers to development being suburban in character and appearance. You have already touched on the 2.5 stories being behind single-storey development on Willow Drive, which I think you also cover at paragraph 5.7 of your proof. You refer to the development being suburban in character in 5.9 of your proof. Is there anything you wanted to add on those issues?
There's a point here about, it's inevitable. If you introduce residential development into a rural landscape, there will be a suburbanisation. Yeah, that's kind of inevitable. But I think, so to my mind, before one goes on discussing matters of scale, massing, layout and quantum, and I accept there's a lot of information on this in the DAS, and it's quite well expressed. But because this development would fall at the first hurdle, it shouldn't get to that discussion because this is such an inappropriate site. The impact, landscape and visual impacts are such that this site is so inappropriate to a development of this scale, and it's not a big, it's not big. We're talking about 140 houses here. We're not talking about big scale. Because of the impacts and effects that, to a large extent, are agreed between us, I consider that should almost discount this site at the first hurdle as being an inappropriate location. But I would agree that the layout and quantum are broadly in keeping with the recent extensions to the village. So the DAS includes a good level of detail on this. But it's this fundamental underlying problem with the site itself as being inappropriate because of the landscape and visual harm.
I'm not going to turn it up, but the DAS, which you've obviously looked at, sets out a vision of a development that would seamlessly integrate with the village, respond sensitively to the village, enhancing sense of place, opportunities for connection between Hamstreet and the wider landscape, and refers to the intention to assimilate development within the receiving landscape context. Just wanted to ask your kind of view really on whether those kind of objectives and visions.
I don't see how
Has to be
this.
achieved.
I don't see how this proposed development would. I think the term is just seamlessly integrate with the village. For the reasons I've already said, I just don't see that relationship will be generated such that it will seamlessly integrate. I don't consider it responds to the sensitivity of the village and the sense of place and the prevailing character of the surrounding area. It's not an appropriate location for development of this scale.
Can I just ask you on that, do you think, and I'm going to come on a bit more to landscaping in a moment, but do you think the landscaping proposals will help to get towards that, to integration with the village, or responding to the
integration with the village? No, not really. No. Because as I say, this site is largely seen and perceived in isolation. So in terms of that integration with the village, in terms of screening, it will provide an element of that, and I'm sure we'll come on to that in discussions.
All right. Is there anything else you want to say about the conflict with the prevailing form of development, which was the key issue you'd identified? Or shall we move on to?
No, I think it's, as I say, the fundamental point is to need to understand that pattern of development in relation to the landscape and landform and the setting to this village. Okay, so the first key issue that you'd identified was about the level of harm, that the level of landscape and visual harm identified, and whether that was such that reason for refusal 1 was justified. Now we've obviously got the statement of common ground, and we can see from that where there is areas of agreement in relation to both landscape and visual receptors, and also where the areas of disagreement are. Before we get on to the detail of those, can I just ask you first about your approach, in carrying out your assessment? We've obviously got the landscape and visual assessment, which was carried out, I think, FCPR, to support the submission. You've obviously come in later, as has Mr. Williams. You haven't done your own landscape and visual assessment. So can I ask what approach you've taken in terms of that methodology? Yeah, I mean, I think the methodology generally, we will have different slight variations in methodology, as I'm sure you know, Madam. I think the methodology broadly works, so I've relied on that, informed by my own experience and judgments.
Is your understanding that that's what Mr. Williams has done as well, or can we see it?
I guess Mr. Williams will answer that, but neither of us have presented a methodology, so I would assume so. Okay, I'll obviously go through some of the areas of disagreement, but there is a certain level of agreement about the effects. So can I just ask you perhaps to just make an overall comment about, I suppose, the agreed level of effects? You've referred in your proof to there being kind of moderate adverse effects, kind of outstanding, and there's a dispute about whether that's something that's usual or not usual or whatever. But can I just get your kind of general comment on the agreed so if
effects?
We go to the landscape statement of common ground, which is 5.6. Thank you. Yeah?
I'm
Sorry, yes.
Everyone's waiting for everybody else.
I was going to go to section 5 and the two tables under landscape and visual effects. Yeah. I'm not sure we go to those tables. Landscape and visual effects. No, matters
No,
agreed.
it's on page 20.
Page 20.
Section 5.
And there we have a sort of an overview of the landscape receptors in the first table on page 20 and the visual receptors on page 21. And I think the first point I'd make is that there is agreement between us that at construction, at completion, when this site is complete at operational effects, year 1, for the site and its immediate context and the landscape character area of the Old Romney shoreline settlements which the site sits in, a major adverse effect. We agree that. And similarly, in terms of the visual receptors, every single visual receptor, we agree that the overall effect, taking into account of the different viewpoints within each visual receptor, is either moderate or major adverse. Now, that's, in my experience, is really quite unusual, particularly for development of this sort of scale. I know we're not in EIA terms, but those are substantial adverse. If you read the definition in the LVA of what that means, it is about something which is incongruous, is out of character and out of place. And those standpoints are agreed between us. Where we disagree, I guess, is when we move into principally the benefits of the landscape mitigation and how effective that might be in reducing those visual effects and also to a lesser extent the landscape effects.
Sorry, can you
Karen.
just explain to me what operation effects means, please?
That's how it's termed. I'm interpreting that as year 1. When the site is in operation. And then you have the 15-year effects, and you can see there's some difference between us as to the degree to which the mitigation will reduce those adverse effects. So I think just that's the starting point. There's a real high level of agreement, and we're agreeing that when site is first constructed, there will be substantial adverse landscape and visual impacts and effects as a consequence.
And then what about, the reduction of those down? If there's agreed reductions down to moderate for this site and the LCA 19, is that something that you consider is still significant or
yeah, I think much is
unusual in some
made
way?
of the fact that actually this is going to reduce from major to moderate, and that somehow makes it acceptable. I disagree entirely. If that is the residual long-term effect is moderate adverse, that still reads as something which is going to be incongruous, have a character, and is going to have a long-term, I would use the term substantial adverse impact and effect.
Right, shall we go through some of the differences? I just want to touch on LCA 19. I know that that's agreed. The effects on LCA 19 are agreed. That's green in that table. But I think there's possibly a bit of a disagreement about. This may be less of a disagreement than I think it is. I don't know. We'll see the extent to which the site and the field that it's within is kind of typical of the landscape character area, or is positively contributing to the key characteristics.
Yeah, there's probably. I think with all these landscape character assessments, you have a whole raft of key characteristics.
Should we have a quick? Should we just get it up while we're talking about it? So it's in core document 7.5. The assessment for LCA 19 is at PDF 94, hard copy, page 90.
Sorry, what was the reference? Oh, landscape, got it.
Yeah.
7.5. think they're in the proofs as well. So.
Yes, I'm sure you're quite right.
Yeah.
I expect they're in various places.
Yeah. Okay. What page were you?
I was on PDF 94. The old Romney shoreline settlements.
Yeah. Yeah, got that. Yeah, so you've got the key characteristics. So the site, it's an undulating landform, yes. Slopes southwards towards Romney Marsh, yes. There are open views out across Romney Marsh to the south, yes. Mixed land use, well, yes, that could apply. And then we've got the sort of wooded ground that encloses it. So, you know, it's characteristic of that. I absolutely accept the point that the hedgerow pattern has changed, and that previously it was a more enclosed landscape in terms of the hedgerows, but it's still one in terms of a land form that has an importance in terms of both the key characteristics and the guidelines on the page 96. And I think we've agreed which ones the proposal would conflict with, which are to conserve the rural prominent backdrop to Romney Marsh, to conserve the open rural character of the south-facing slopes, which run down to the expansive low-lying farmlands, to conserve wide open views across Romney Marsh to the south, and maintain the lack of large-scale development. So I think in that sense, it's the appeal site reflects a number of the key characteristics of that character area.
All right, and as I said, the sort of effects on that are agreed, so I don't think we need to go too much further on that. But can we can we talk about LCA 2 a little bit more? Because I think there is a disagreement as to the effects there. I think essentially you assess the effects as higher, more adverse, than Mr. Williams does. So the character assessment for that is on PDF 41, page 37.
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to just sort of summarise what your assessment of the effect on that LCA is, and I can ask you some follow-up questions, perhaps?
I think the
So what LCA are we on now?
2 Romney Marsh mixed farmlands.
Is this the one we've agreed with?
No.
This is the one that we're in a disagreement on. Yeah.
Are we the same document?
So
We are. I'm sorry. Page 41, PDF 41. It's just a different character area, the neighbouring character area to the south.
I guess the difference between it is the degree to which development of the appeal site would affect your experience, perception, enjoyment of that character area, because this development is not within that character area. But the two character areas aren't distinct. You don't just jump from one to the other. The shoreline is really important to the character of Romney Marsh, because it's that constant backdrop to these open, expansive views, and retaining that free of development is clearly an objective that's consistent to both character areas. And I think, again, you'll experience this when you're on the site visit. This isn't a designated landscape, we agree that. But Romney Marsh has a real sense of place and character, which is in part because of it's such a wide, open landscape with few things that interrupt the views. The field pattern is largely defined by ditches. So you just get these vast, expansive views the whole time, and the shoreline is a pretty constant backdrop to those views. So my feeling is that if a development so close to the marshes will have certainly a moderate, a reasonable degree of influence on your experience and enjoyment of that character area. And it's because you see this site from such an expanse of the marshes. Again, this isn't a few viewpoints, sort of a few hundred metres or a mile away. These are broad, expansive views from large areas of the marshes, and they're constant. And that's why my argument is that the harm to the Romney Marsh Mixed Farmlands LCA should be assessed as greater than is assessed by Mr. Williams.
Do you have any viewpoints of it from this area?
Yeah, so the ones that we were looking at before,
Oh, that's right.
15 and 16, are both views from the marshes, and my two additional views, 15A and 16B, are both from Romney Marsh Mixed Farmlands.
I appreciate there's obviously the kind of visual amenity dimension as well, but I mean there was the visual envelope, and I think one of your viewpoints, 16B, you have a note on there that viewpoint's located outside of the visual envelope.
I think, and
that comes from the LVA, so I know
there's
a distinction there, but does that help us with the
one of the residents has made this point that to rely on that visual envelope is you can see it from far wider than that. But I'm not arguing that the level of harm is such that it's you're going to get significant adverse effects in outside that envelope. But it is visually, and it's perceived from well beyond the extent of that visual envelope. You've only got sand on the site. If you look at that viewpoint 6 that you were taken to this morning, you can see how far potentially one could see this site from.
Obviously, that's we're talking about views, but does that also feed into your assessment of
the
landscape character?
It's about how you experience that character area. I mean, I know it's a crossover between vision and landscape, but your perception and your feeling of that sense of tranquility, of remoteness, sense of place associated with the marsh, the backdrop of the shoreline is really integral to that, I think, particularly in this location.
Okay, shall we move on to the other landscape receptor that's disputed is about the landscape resource of the site? I thought we could wrap up that with a kind of discussion about the landscaping proposals as well. And I think one of the points of disagreement is you refer to the landscaping as primarily, in your view, being a screening or attempting to screen the development, whereas the appellant disagrees with that characterisation, I think. And so can you just elaborate a bit on that, please, what you think of the landscaping proposals?
I think, again, it comes back to the site itself, because of the prominence of this location and the fact you would be seeing development in isolation. I think that the one of the sort of primary aims of the landscape scheme is to screen it. It's not softening or integrating it. The visualisations kind of demonstrate that. You're looking at a wall of trees, enclosing the development. Of course, there are open spaces and other biodiversity benefits associated with the parklands, etc., that go within that. But fundamentally, this landscape scheme is about screening, in my opinion. It's not designed to integrate. We're not given partial views of the development. It's enclosing the whole site in trees. So where one's looking at softening or integration, one would expect to have vistas, perhaps to perceive the development in the context of the landscape. we're not. I don't think that is the intention of this scheme. I think the intention is fundamentally to screen it because of the inappropriateness of the site.
There's this point about the historic field boundaries, which you've already kind of touched on, that there were previously more hedgerows kind of within what is now a very large field, and that the appellant's scheme, well, obviously this is an illustrative scheme, but the parameters would kind of facilitate planting corridors that would align or be representative of these historic boundaries.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Is that a leading question? Because I don't think he accepts that.
Sorry?
That's not common ground, what you just said.
What is it? Sorry?
He doesn't accept that the landscaping that we're proposing is trying to follow the historic hedgerows that you've just described.
I'm saying that's the point that's being put by you, by your side, and I'm asking him to comment on that, if that's all right. No, I said it was one of the areas of it's one of the areas of disagreement.
My I beg your pardon. Sorry.
Do you want to comment on the suggestion or the proposal to follow the historic field boundaries with planting corridors?
I can see that, to a degree, the historic field pattern is reflected in some of the corridors and some of the planting enclosing, but to suggest that we are reinstating, there's no particular reference to that historic landscape. We're not reinstating hedgerows on the original field pattern. There is a nod to it, if you like, in terms of the layout and overall landscape concept. I don't accept that that's a particular benefit of this scheme, that it's reinstating historic landscape patterns, historic landscape features.
Can I ask for your view about we've obviously heard a bit about it in the Heritage Roundtable session, which you were here for, the landscape proposals for the Blue Line land immediately north of the Royal Military Canal. We've obviously heard about it from a heritage perspective, but can I ask for your view of it from a landscaping perspective and character and appearance?
I suppose it would just filter views a little bit. I don't see the particular benefits in terms of landscape merits of planting in that way. It wouldn't provide any. It would, it's tree planting, which of course is beneficial. I accept the arguments on the heritage. I mean, to a degree, to my mind, it would be there principally if it was something that was beneficial in terms of the heritage asset and the landscape. It might partially filter views. I mean, the visualisations demonstrate that in the views from the canal. Yeah, any planting is beneficial, of course it is.
Okay, so is there anything else you want to say about the illustrative landscaping proposals before we move on to the landscape resource of the site?
If we're going to pick up those points there, that's
okay.
Fine, yeah.
So that's the other landscape receptor where there is a difference between you. There's quite a significant difference in terms of how beneficial the scheme is supposed to be on the landscape resource of the site. What do you understand to be the reason for that difference?
To my mind, something that has a major, in the same way as major adverse, something that has a major beneficial effect, it has to have a real landscape scale. This is the highest beneficial that we can attribute to this scheme. And yes, there's going to be lots of native planting. Yes, there will be biodiversity benefits. Yes, there will be amenity benefits, and there will be localised, let's say, areas of open space and planting, etc. And that will have a benefit. You will, create local, but localised biodiversity benefits, localised amenity benefits, localised recreational benefits. I don't really see that as being something that is a major beneficial. It's beneficial, and I acknowledge that, but it's not something that's so significant that it would. Well, it doesn't outweigh the judged landscape and visual harm that is agreed between us. Something that a landscape scheme that was a really beneficial, really beneficial to the landscape fabric and landscape resource, I would expect to have quite a beneficial effect in terms of reducing mitigation and perhaps even reducing some of those impacts and effects in landscape and visual terms to beneficial. But that's not the case here. So agreed, there are benefits, but it's not of such a scale as being put to you.
All right, let's move on then to the visual effects, and so again, there's quite a lot of agreement there. I think you've probably already, the receptor C, which was a Hamstreet Road users, and I think the issue there was the splitting out of viewpoint A, which you've possibly already touched on. I don't think there's anything else you want to say other than what you've already said on that.
It's the suggestion that that was an isolated view, but it's not. It's a representative viewpoint of your experience as you drive towards the village.
So then there's sort of a similar point with receptor G, visitors to Hamstreet Woods. And I think, again, the suggestion is that you've, again, I'm probably repeating points you've already made here, suggesting that you've assessed viewpoint 10 kind of directly rather than looking at the receptor, the footpath as a whole.
Receptor. Yeah.
I think probably not much more to ask you on that, because I think, Madam, you'll obviously see these views for yourself. You've obviously covered policy in your proof of evidence between 5, 11 and 15. Within that, you conclude that there are conflicts with SP1, SP2, SP6, HOU 5. You've now seen, obviously, Mr Williams' evidence on this. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say about policy or anything to add to what you've already said or reflect on now you've read what he said.
Not too much. I stand by my assessment, my conclusions as to the policy conflicts in landscape and visual in terms of landscape and visual terms.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else to ask you, unless you feel that there's anything you must say that you haven't covered adequately already.
Hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you very much. So you're not cross-examining tomorrow then?
It would be good to start afresh tomorrow.
Yes. Okay. All right then. So you can't have any contact with your team. I just tomorrow. Anything to say before then?
No, I mean I'm just wondering what my learned friend might say, but I don't see why we might want to start at 10. I don't know if you want to start at 9:30. I'm easy. I'm an early riser, but if we need to start at 9:30, I'm happy to start it, but entirely in your hands.
I don't mind. I'm not an early riser, but I don't mind. I can rise that early.
Because I just feel like what we will certainly be done with this witness way before lunch, and then we will have Mr. Williams to finish off on the day. So I don't imagine we're going to be that delayed, and we finished at 3. Yeah. So I'm in your hands. It's your inquiry.
Well, obviously, I don't want to delay things unduly, but if you think that it fits in with the timescales,
We're ahead. We're already ahead.
I know. I know. I always feel pessimistic at this stage. We don't know what's going to happen on the first day. It's early. But yeah, I'm happy to start at 10. That's fine if that suits you both. I don't know about the live stream. People are going to think it's starting at 9:30, but
we'll be here at 9:30.
Yeah, we'll be here. It can always say wait until 10 o'clock. Okay, all right. Yeah, so you did mention, I don't know whether it's worth talking about it now or just mentioning it, you said about the plans. I asked about plans.
Yes, we have them here. Do you want to tell us which plans you were keen to have?
Well, really, I just thought, it doesn't really matter, I suppose, because I've been able to get through the plans I was worried that I would find it difficult because there are quite a lot of documents to switch through them on the screen, but I found it okay. If you got the plans, I could just have them to one side. But what I wanted was for the site visit, really, and I don't know which documents, because there are quite a number of landscape documents, which is a little bit confusing because there's quite a lot of it. So I just wanted to make sure my focus was on the right.
Yeah, well, I will need some of those plans to go through with Mr. Williams anyway. So what I'll do is, we've got 3 sets anyway, including one copy for my learner friend. So why don't we have a think about what would be useful for you tomorrow, and then we can hand them up in the morning if that helps.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, it's not, it's not critical.
Yeah.
I just thought it would be helpful, especially for the site visit, because I might do, although I want an accompanied site visit, I might go off again on my own to have a better look.
Absolutely.
But if you decide which things you want me to look at.
So that's, do you want to say something about what you do have?
Mum, I would dread for you to ask for something that's not in my box of printing, so I thought it might be better just to say what I do have. The parameter plan, the illustrative layout, the landscape management plan, all at A1, so they're easy to see the detail. I've got just the visualisations from the LVIA and their fold out.
Yeah.
So they're a bit clumpy, but they're there. I've got the LVA figures that are bound separately. I've taken them out of the LVA just because sometimes when you're in the LVA and you've got loads of appendices bound into one document, you struggle flicking between the two. So the figures and the visualisations. I've got the site itinerary route, but that might change when we hear from some of the third parties. The one thing I've forgotten, but I'm getting printed locally, is the canal plan, the supplementary planting that's in the blue land. So that'll be here tomorrow if you need that as well. Yes, that's it. Those are the things I've got.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. It's the visualisations that I'm most interested, that's most helpful to me.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Should we give you that now, or should we save it for the morning?
Yeah, save it for the morning, please. Yeah. Okay, anything from your side? No? Okay, so we'll adjourn now until 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you very much.